ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy, fantastic Friday. We made it, and we have this full day to trade together. Let's welcome Nick Does Futures. Come on down.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to My Funded Futures, My Funded TV. How are you feeling?
Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. I see you're already in a short, and the market's just tanking.
I am.
Yeah.
So funny, because this morning I posted a post when I first got into a short this morning. It was similar to this one, but it was different. And I'm like, I think I have a little cute bear in my heart because I keep posting the same chart pattern, right? It's always, yeah. I did get stopped out of that trade. I was risking 200 for 500. I was in one mini. And then I did get back in once I started to see that reversal happening. So yeah, it's good. Hopefully it makes money. We'll see.
Yeah, no. It's we're almost to freaking all-time highs, but I think we're gonna have a little bit of a pullback this morning. So
Yeah.
Before I think we got our 160 points before back to all-time highs on NQ. So yeah, no. I'll go over charts and news real quick.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, chat. Cove traders in the house. Good morning, Donovan, Abhishek, Magnus, Tevin, Rally. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, let's see your charts. I'm excited.
Let's see here. So as for news this morning, we have news at orange folder at 10. We just had 8:30 PCE. So that is out the way. I'll be looking to trade right at 9:30. 10 o'clock news, especially if it's orange folder. I don't, I'll trade during that. It's not a big deal to me. But in terms of daily charts, everything, this is kind of, this is a huge expansion, on the weekly. I mean, this is massive. So massive candle right here. So on the daily, every single candle has, took in the previous day high. So I would actually anticipate a little bit of a retracement on the weekly chart. I think a conservative target for a day is in the 545 area. However, a lot of it leans on, especially here in the morning, this 1 hour fair value gap right here. So two of them. So if we close below here at 10 o'clock or maybe even 11 and get below here, then I could see that definitely happen. This is that level at 548, that 20% of the weekly range. But if we just happen to wick down into here, I'll probably look to target back to these highs and maybe back to all-time highs. I think the market wants to breathe a little bit, so it would make sense for it to go a little lower, giving us targets for next week. But if it doesn't, then I'll look for longs here this morning. Same with ES. ES has the same levels. 20% of that range is right here at 61, 69, and the 1 hour gaps are something I'm watching on ES as well. So if we close below these at 10 o'clock, I'm probably going to look to target shorts down to here. But I'm actually leaning more towards of a bounce. I want to bounce here to go higher so I can participate. But, if you're short the market, then it may just dump.
No. Anything could happen. Thank you. I know the other day you're like, Terry, you're a secret whale.
Yeah, no, I think so for sure. I mean, I have to gather more info before I, confirm that. But as for gold here, gold selling off pretty hard. I'm probably not going to look to trade this today. I caught a move on that Tuesday, Wednesday, yesterday. I caught NQ longs. I'll break down that trade real quick. How's everyone in the chat doing?
Good. Everyone in chat, type in W if you want to win today. I want to win. Let's go. Let's make some money today.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let me break down this trade from yesterday. So, as you guys know, we had, I was watching yesterday morning this level right around in here, this fair value gap, to target just back to the highs. And on the 5-minute chart, when we dropped down, we had move lower here, followed by displacement higher. So a lot of people are like, well, why did you end up going long here with the highs, with the high a day being just right here? Well, my target was much higher than that. My target was actually like 660, 740 area. So had a breaker here, had the move up before the move down that ran into this liquidity pool right here, this fair value gap. Got to close above. Stoppers here and here, and had a retest right around there, and then it actually had a big down candle right here. It stopped a lot of people out before going higher later in the session. So, and then after it ran my high, it really took off. Like it just exploded like that. So yeah, no, it's been a pretty good week, but
nice
definitely
trade.
on Fridays, like if I've had a good week, I like to preserve capital a good bit, and I'll look to probably do that today. But if I see an A+ setup, I will not hesitate to take it at all. So gold was majority of the money that I made this week. So not
great week.
Just indices today.
You had a great week. You're having a great week.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens today. But anybody have any questions in the chat for me?
So it looks like my trade is still working. It's in profit by $535. I'm thinking I do want to move my take profit to fill the gap. So we have 40 points more to fill the gap. Oh, you guys, I have to do math. It's so early. Okay. It would be 670. Let's put it at 670. Here we go. All right, so we will just let that work. I'm short 5 MNQs, micros, and earlier I shorted right around here, and it lost. No biggie. I used the $200, $500 bracket on NASDAQ, so I was risking $200 for a $500 profit. And then once I started to see, actually, I shorted it a little early. And then I was still thinking on the short idea for the gap fill. I've been just loving this gap fill idea. Statistically, through edge fill, it is a higher probability to that if the gap isn't too large, statistically, you have a better chance that it will fill than not in the same day. So I'm thinking in my mind of a strategy of, okay, let me like risk about 50% or less of the whole gap fill, and then let me go for the gap fill. So basically risking 1 to 2 about-ish or less. And then statistically over time, it should work in theory. So that's kind of why I keep putting on these trades too. Yes, chat, let's set the first bounty. What do you guys think? Should we set it? Type in Y if you would like to set it. It is Friday. Fantastic Friday. Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. Okay, I see some yeses to setting the first bounty. J Buzz says yes. MK says yes. Amir says yes. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, let's do it. I don't know. What did we do? 750 and 750 yesterday?
Yep. It is 750.
Yeah, I'll let you pick today.
I think let's keep it 750. Let's do 750 again.
Okay.
Because it's Friday. It's Friday. Every single day we did just keep upping it, which I love, and we were hitting them no problem. Today is Friday. I feel like easier Friday. So let's keep it at 750. Let's hit the likes at 750. Oh, but I'm seeing lots of 500s. Chat, let me know. What do you think? What should we set the first bounty at? Abel says 500 Friday. Did we start the week at 500?
I think it was like 500 likes.
Okay. I'm seeing lots of 500s.
Then we did 700, 700, 700, 750, 750. Okay.
Empire says 1 milli.
Yeah, it is Friday, so.
It is Friday. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, chat. Nick, let's set it for 500 likes and 500 views. And then once we hit that bounty, it does unlock a treasure. And then we don't know when the treasure will drop. It can happen in the next few minutes, or it can happen in 20 minutes. We just don't know. But the most important thing is we want to unlock that first giveaway. So everyone share the show on all of your socials. Let all of your friends know. Smash that like button. Let's get it to 500. This week's promo is buy a Starter Plus account and or expert account. Use code YouTube when you purchase that, and you will receive a free eval of the same once you pass it. So it's like a purchase one, potentially get another one for free, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Market. Yeah, so market is, NASDAQ is about 42 points in the green. And we have about 14 minutes before the market will open. We're just trading right below VWAP. What are you guys thinking, chat? Are you long, short, or are you staying out because it's Friday? Let me know. Type in L if you're thinking long, and type in short if you're thinking, or type in S if you're thinking short. Magnus is short. Is long.
Yeah, I'm a little conflicted. I gotta wait till I gotta see the hourly close at probably at 10 o'clock. Because I think it's very low probability to short, but it could work out if we get just one thing on my confirmation list. In my opinion, it's just a little too early for me.
Yeah, and I liked what you said earlier that like it could pull back, take a breath, and it potentially could go higher. I mean, we don't know, but yeah, it is. I've noticed on each day, unless it's a really big trend day, shorts and longs can both get paid. Yeah, no,
definitely. I think that was kind of what happened yesterday. I mean, you cut a short down, and then I got longs up. So it wasn't as big a drop as I expected. Really, all week it hasn't really pulled back as much as I thought. But once, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, when it didn't pull back twice into overnight gaps, I was like, just long at it open, or like if you see just long after any sort of manipulation lower, followed by displacement higher. I think that's your best bet. If you're anticipating like deep retracements, which I was Monday, Tuesday, you just weren't getting them.
Oh, Bull Barbie is in chat. She's in the house. Good morning. We miss you, girl. We hope you're getting recharged. We can't wait for you to come back. Bull Barbie will be back on Monday. Okay, market is testing VWAP again. Yeah, Ash made money on the long, I believe. Because like once he came into the show, I was out. I think he's been making money on longs lately. It's been great.
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ash made money on longs yesterday too.
Okay, yeah.
Donovan says, I am aggressively shorting gold. Good luck, Donovan.
Gold was a beautiful chart on the daily. I mean, I got longs on Wednesday and then shorted yesterday before the open, and then that was pretty clean. I did not anticipate a huge day today. That was kind of wild, but
yeah, gold has been printing money for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, it has it's weeks, you know, it's like super, super clean, and other weeks it's like it can be kind of fickle. Platinum. I don't look at platinum.
I've never traded platinum.
I haven't even traded silver before. I just like sometimes I'll look at it if it's if someone points it out to me, saying that if there's like a divergence between that and gold. But let's see here. Yeah, so if I were you guys, I would just for lower time frame traders, 930 would be definitely something I'd wait for. But I think if you guys trade like 5-minute chart and up, like the hourly, I think would be the best case scenario. I think that's where you're gonna find the high probability trade. If we get closed below here on the 5-minute, you can drop down and attack either longs or shorts, depending on if we close or above or below these gaps. So that's something I'm watching. I'm leaning. I feel like it'd be much cleaner to take longs, and it could, because I think if it gets above here, it's going to go to all-time highs. So it's like very clear where it's going to go. Whereas I don't know where NQ is going to go, and expecting such a deep retracement after the whole week has just not had one. It's just kind of, I feel like that's kind of wishful thinking, but we'll see. Could be wrong.
Yeah, anything can happen. You're having a fantastic week and great calls.
Yeah, no, there's a SMT here at this low. Second here. 1 second.
All right, market is going to open in about 10 minutes. And it is just hovering around VWAP, just right below it, 46 points or so in the green from yesterday's close. It is Friday. It might be kind of one of those choppier Fridays. We will see. Market has rallied a bunch this week. What is the micro for gold? Nick, do you know the ticker for
MGC? MGC.
MGC.
Yeah, it's actually like let me see. It's MGCQ25. You may have to enable I think I saw something in the MyFundedFutures Discord where you have to go to the billing, view the market data subscription, and then you click upgrade the Tradeovate subscription. And then if you do that, because like it won't let you trade it right off the gate.
It'll be delayed. So I just did this recently, actually. If anyone is trading on Tradeovate, and if you're seeing that gold and crude oil is giving you delayed data, just log into your MyFundedFutures dashboard, click on billing, and then there will be a part that says like upgrade data subscription. You don't have to pay extra to see gold and crude oil, but just click on it. And then you just have to individually select the commodity that you'd like to see. It automatically is defaulting to like all the indexes, but it's not automatically including like gold and crude oil. Yeah. So you just click it. It's still all free. And then it will update for you. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm so glad you did, because I'm sure there are other people who are like, why is my data delayed?
I do some giveaways myself, and like people are like, how come I can't trade gold? It says a non-tradable symbol. And like it happens like 3 or 4 times a week. Like I get DMs all the time about it. So
yeah.
But I didn't have to do it individually though. I just had to do it like just one time and then I think it was like the COMEX data or something, and then it does it all. So it may just like some people will trade like some super crazy stuff, and you may have to do it individually for that. That's all I know. But yeah, we got 7 minutes to the open. What did we set the bounty at? 500 and 500, right?
500, 500. Let's go, gang. Let's do it. I keep hitting the return button because I'm like, are we there yet?
Oh, like refresh, yeah.
I just get so excited. It's like I feel like I'm a kid in a car. Like, are we there yet? Are we to the destination yet? Everyone smash the like button. 2 hands. Let's do it. Smash that like button. If you haven't hit it yet, smash it with 2 hands. Share the stream on all of your socials. Let everyone know we are the best show in town. Come and hang out with us. Donovan says, boom.
So we just ran this low on gold just now. So
oh wow,
if you guys are short gold, this would be a great place to TP at. This is it's like an internal low on the higher time frames, but external low on the lower time frames. Because
nice, congratulations, Donovan. Says TP hit. Donovan was short gold. Making money today.
Yeah, so I would be definitely paying attention here at open, see what happens.
All right, 6 minutes. Less than 6 minutes for the market to open. Still hovering around VWAP.
You got any plans this weekend, Terry?
No set plans yet, but to do something new, something fun, something different. Last week, I rode an electric scooter.
Oh, wow. First time?
First time. I did it, guys. I did not fall off.
Was it scary?
Just a little bit. Like I never, like, I wasn't a skateboarder, you know? So I kind of was like, am I going to be able to balance on this thing? But once I got it going, it was no big deal.
Those things go pretty fast now.
What's that, Nick?
I said those things go pretty fast now. Even the ones you can buy at Walmart, they're like 35 miles an hour. I'm like, this is crazy.
Holy smokes.
And it'd be like ages like 10 and up. I'm like, bro, there's no way I'm putting a 10-year-old on a 35 mile an hour scooter. That's great.
Right? Like if you hit a bump incorrectly by accident, you might just be thrown off. Yeah. Mr. Smith asked, did you go with Rocket Scooter? Matt, no, I did not. It was really fun though. If you guys ever try an electric scooter, make sure you just kind of start slow. And then once you get it going, it's a breeze. It was so much fun. Yeah. So I'm not sure, something new every week. That's my new thing, is try to do something new, something different. It can be big or it can be small. Maybe it's a new restaurant, maybe it's a new activity, just to like push myself to get out and try new things. What about you, Nick? Anything fun planned?
No, I'm sure I'll do something. It's just like nothing planned at the moment. I think it's gonna rain here all week, so all weekend. So hopefully it doesn't do that. But yeah, I've ridden some of those scooters in I think it was in like Nashville. You can like rent them, like you pay and you scan it. Man, those things were flying because it's like a lot of hills in Nashville. So like if you're going down the hill, it's like super fast. But yeah, no, it was those go fast.
Yes, that's what I was on. It was on a rental. We hit, did someone say we hit part of the bounty? Ice said we hit 500 views. Awesome job, guys. Let's get the likes smashed. Caught up to the views. Okay, market's going to open in less than 3 minutes. Just hovering around VWAP. Anything can happen. I'm kind of tempted to want to take profit, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to let it work. I will move my stop though to break even. There. So now it's a free trade, right? I mean, it's not really free, but it's like a free trade. Less than 2 minutes for market open. We are trading below VWAP. That's looking good for a short. We have about 34 or 40 points or so for the full gap fill. My TP is, I'm looking for the gap fill. Mr. Smith says, add. I know, that is what Tom Hugard would do. He would be adding to his trades. So yesterday, for everyone that was watching yesterday, we did experiment with taking some partials. And good thing we did, because price completely reversed. And that's when people made money on the longs.
Homelander. Someone said I look like Homelander. What is Homelander?
Yes. Umat says Terry goes for a gap fill without the gap even being there yet. Yes, sometimes I do get impatient. This is true. And I will be like, ooh, it's going to happen. And then I'll just get in early, which is interesting because my personality, I tend to be early. Like if I have any appointments or anything, I like to be early. And so I can just like relax. And it's interesting because that is the same thing that I experience with trading. It's like the person you are outside is also the person that shows up when you trade too. Oh, less than 1 minute until the market opens. Here we go, guys. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
All right, less than 1 minute. And we smashed the bounty, Nick says. Awesome job.
Yeah, 800 and 500.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, okay. I know the old superhero with the meme and so. Okay, I know what you guys are talking about now. Yeah, I've seen that before. People haven't told me I look like that, but that is kind of funny.
Superhero?
Yeah, it's like Homelander. I don't know if you've probably seen the meme where the dude's like looking around whenever like he's like halfway smiling because
Yeah.
he did something bad and then he was expecting hate and now everyone loves him. Have you seen that meme before?
I don't think I have. I'll have to look for it.
I'll have to send it to you.
Okay. So we are trading below the 9 SMA, also below the VWAP. Market is pushing higher on this first candle. It is hovering. It's trying to figure out what it wants to do. There is a little bit of barcoding right here in the last half hour. CJ says, yeah, see, this is why I am waiting for a trend line. Yeah, sitting on your hands, many people do. It's a good idea. Nick, you recommend that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially like right now, like this is a big area in terms of hourly chart. Like if we're going to sell off or not, like if we, like I've been saying, if we inverse these gaps, then it could get pretty, it could go down to here. But if we respect it, especially in the first 30 minutes, I think it's just going to push higher the rest of the day. So I'm watching it. I'm paying attention also to, I think there's no longer SMT at these lows anymore. If we get above here and inverse this fair value gap, this looks to me like a breaker. I'll look to use that to target back up to here. And then if I don't get that, I'll look for shorts post probably 10 o'clock, which looks like it may happen. So yeah, that's kind of something I'm watching. I kind of have a scenario for both. I think we talked about that the other day, having one or two scenarios in case certain things play out. So yeah, basically just waiting. I definitely recommend sitting on the hands unless you can't not take the trade. Like if you see something setting up and like just screaming at you, take it. But if it's not, then don't just press buttons because you're bored. That's probably not going to lead to good things.
No, it never does. Just pressing the button because you're bored. It's so easy to overtrade that way if you start just pressing buttons just to press buttons. So market is it's up about 32 points in the green. This first candle, it's currently trading below about the opening price. It's putting in a doji so far. My trade is still in profit by about $500 or $600 or so. We will see if it can hit the take profit set at 671. And my stop loss is moved to about break even. So this week's promo is buy a Starter Plus account and or expert account. And then once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. Use code YouTube for that if anyone needs some new accounts. And then also if you're a brand new trader to MyFundedFutures, use code KICKOFF50 for 50% off any account that you choose. Abhishek asked me, are you going to take partials? And I said, I don't want to. I'm going to regret.
You took partials yesterday.
I did. I took partials yesterday. Okay. So it felt good that I at least locked in some because the market did completely reverse, but it felt bad because I changed my original plan. My original plan was for a gap fill, but the GDP information came out and it was worse than expected. So I changed the take profit for it to be even bigger. And if I had just stuck to the plan, I would have been able to take profit. The trade like would have worked. I would have had 5 contracts that would have hit the original TP, which was for the gap fill. So I think, I don't know, it didn't feel that great to me because I like screwed up my plan, and then my original plan did play out. So that, like, yeah, it didn't feel good.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Smith says plans are made to be changed sometimes. This is true. All right,
Yeah,
market.
maybe if you incorporate partials into your plan, and then like when that way when you do take them, it was part of your plan. You see what I mean? Like
Yep.
I definitely understand what you mean for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't use the XAU USD for gold. I just use GC to chart. That's how I've always done it. Because it's the futures.
What ticker do you trade the most, Nick?
Probably NQES. Yeah. NQES for sure. Ash would disagree. Yeah, Ash is pretty good, pretty big on like taking full profit 2R, but like I think you should and there's no right or wrong way to do it, but I think holding, just 20% like I do in case price just wants to take off like I did yesterday, like that could put you up like more. Like say that runs and that doubles your position because of how much it runs, and your stops are break even, and if it comes back, you only lose like, I don't know, maybe $100 or $200 of what you would have made if you just would have took profit 2R. Like I'll take that any day, but yeah, there's no right or wrong way to do it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so market is just chopping around. It's trying to figure out what it wants to do. Let's see. So we did hit the bounty. The first treasure will be unlocked. Let's see what it might be. Oh, it's a form. Everyone fill out the form for a chance to win a free account. Make sure you enter the form right now. MyFundedFutures, thank you, just dropped a form for us for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. And we will be doing the wheel today during our segment. ZeroDayJay will be on our show with us in less than 30 minutes. So we'll get to hand out some free accounts. Everyone, make sure you fill that form and stay tuned. We will be doing code drops, giveaways, another form throughout the day. I don't know when, but it's all coming, and it's all gifts for you guys. You guys are all awesome. So awesome. Hanging out with us, trading with us, chatting with us. Okay, someone asked a great question. Extraordinaire says, hey, Nick, how do you handle sizing when it comes to breakouts versus pullbacks?
How size when it comes to breakouts versus pullbacks? I treat them all kind of, I guess, the same. I guess I'm just trying to read into your question a little bit. I don't trade breakouts. If that's kind of what you mean, like, and then for pullbacks, like my model is like the same. Like for like if I have to happen along close to previous day high or the daily high, like the size on that is going to be the same versus like if I'm like below midnight open by like 100 points, like that size is going to be the same. No, so I don't size less on that. It's about the same for each. Yeah, I'm actually looking. So I recommend this. If we get a close above here on the 5-minute, let me switch my screen here real quick. If we get a close above this IFEG right here, I'll probably look to take a starter. If it comes back and retest, it's a good 2R trade. back up to these highs, because this hourly chart now is starting to respect these gaps that I have marked off on NQ and ES, and there is a SMT here at this low, this 1 a.m. low. The ES did not take that low. So step one is divergence. Step two is displacement. And we have another 30 seconds till we get that close. So if we can close above this gap, retest it right here, you can look to target longs. Same with ES. You may have to take on ES. This gap right here is one. Stop below here. 2R. Yeah, 2.3. It's actually a better risk to reward. ES was the one that actually was the stronger yesterday. Well, YM and then ES and then NQ. It took a while for NQ to finally pop, but once it did, it really took off. All right, so I'm going to take a long here. Stop down here, the 700s, targeted up to these highs. We'll see what happens.
Good luck.
Yep. Well, hopefully it works out.
Yeah. And
I want to see the reason like I didn't size, like I just did a starter position, is because of the no breaker here with the FEG. However, I'm pretty confident on the draw. So that is why sometimes like if I don't get like the perfect entry model, I'll take a starter position if I feel confident where price is going to go. And if I see my breaker entry, which it didn't give it because there was no fair value gap in here, then I'll size in more once it gives that. But just half position today, just kind of playing with profits that I made from the week. I think that's the best way to do it.
Share more with us about that, because it sounds like that's part of your risk management, is like a testing position where you get in with a smaller size.
Right. So, yeah, let me kind of break it down. So if I'm anticipating like a high here to get RAM, and I see a level that I'm watching on the hourly, like a gap or something, and it comes into here, right? Comes into here, and it makes everything I want it to. Like I'll probably buy this gap here if it's got very strong displacement. If it inverses it or disrespects it, I'll buy this gap, and then I'll buy the breaker here with a unicorn set up at the top. So I'll add in half here, got a full size position. And also what that allows me to do is if it does come back, the second entry would be, if I wanted to close it, would be an in profit close for me. It wouldn't be a break even. And if I wanted to hold it a little bit longer, it would be break even. So yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. So
it's all about averaging, right? Like if you get in lower and then you get in a little bit higher and the price takes off and then comes back, you're averaged in at like a middle price, and it's a little bit better. But I do want to see it kind of take off here, because this is only 50 points, and the sooner it does that, the better.
So you do look at like velocity of the move too, like the faster it moves in your direction, you like it more.
Right. Yeah. Just based off of like prior back testing, that like if I've in forward testing that my moves happen in 20-30 minutes. So like if it's taken an hour, 2 hours, not saying it can't work out, because it did Tuesday, Wednesday on gold, but I want to I just need to be mindful of that.
Yeah, I'm okay. So the 5-minute orb, anyone who's trading the 5-minute orb, I think Eric, I saw that you're trading the 5-minute orb. So people would have been tagged in on the long side, and we'll see what happens with the 15-minute orb. I feel like if the 15-minute orb also gets tagged in on the long side, my short is going to be cooked, which is fine because stop is at break even. But we'll see what happens.
I forgot you're short right now.
Yeah.
Terry versus Nick. Although I'm scared now. I'm definitely.
Oh no, I'm scared now. Are we in a competition, Nick? People have talked about doing a trader challenge with all the traders on the show. Yeah, what do you guys think, chat? Should we do a trading challenge with all the traders on the show?
I think those are cool, but I like some people just take them way too serious. Like
Yeah.
it's like like trading's like you versus you, and like you're just trying to. All you're doing is add more elements and variables to it to make it harder. So I've never really cared about that stuff, but it is if just for fun, like cool, I'll do it for sure. Especially if I can just like hook up the account to a copier, then just copies my trade. I don't have to sit there and worry about it.
Yeah, I know what you mean about people taking challenges too seriously, or just like trading, I think, live and on stream, because you're not seeing everyone's all their trades either. And like, I think sometimes when people see some traders get some losses, they might think like, oh my God, you lose all the time, but you're not seeing all their trades. Or the opposite. If you're seeing someone win on stream, you're also not seeing like the rest of the times that they're trading. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's just one trade out of like 1,000 trades. So if you lost this morning in a trade, just remember it's just one out of 1,000. It's no big deal. And if you won on a trade, same thing. It's just one trade out of 1,000. Thousands, I should say.
Also, I want to see. I want to see. Oh, we got to reset here.
Oh, reset code. Everyone, 50 free resets. Use code Coffee Time. Woohoo! Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Everyone, let us know if you got an account. There will be 50 of them. Hakeem got it. Congratulations. Tea time. T-Mouse says tea time. Yay, Renee got it. Congratulations. We love you too. Ducky Quack got one. Congratulations. If you didn't get one, oh, Trader K got it.
Nice.
Liam got it.
I want to see either me be wrong super quick or like you be wrong super quick. Like I don't want to see it chop around here, and like because it could be a potential like I could go lower here, take out this SMT, and then go higher. I want to see it continue to expand. So
okay, so 15-minute is the people who are trading 15-minute or just got tagged in. I am tempted to take some profits here because this means the 5-minute order people are long, 15-minute order people are long, Nick is long. I might just take some profits. Oh, I don't know what to do.
What do you want to do?
I'll let the trade run as planned, but I'm telling you guys, I'm feeling like maybe I might need to work that into my plan. I'm not sure, but I'll just let
where's your entry? 7 what?
760.
Okay.
Yeah, market is telling us right now that it is bullish. The bulls are in charge. We are green about 70 points, and we are trading above VWAP, and also we are trading above the 9 SMA. Okay, John says, trim it, Terry. Keith says, no, take partials. Oh, what do we do, guys? I think I will just let this play out.
I low-key want Terry to hold it because if she takes partials, then it will for sure drop. You know what I mean? It's like yesterday. Like you took partials yesterday and immediately it just tanked,
Yeah. Keith says, take partials. Yes, exactly. Which that can be an indicator. When Terry takes partials is when the trade will actually work.
I wish you were long right now and you took partials, then it'd shoot higher. So,
right? Isn't that funny how sometimes it's like the opposite of whatever you do? The market just like you will cut a trade and then it goes in your favor.
Yeah, that happened to me on Tuesday. Actually, Sunday and Tuesday is right before Sunday open. I tweeted, I was like, on Monday night, I was like, can this please be the move out of the range? And Monday night, Asia open, it started shooting higher. And it was Monday, Tuesday, we were out of the range. And then Wednesday, I was like, I'm closing here. I don't really want to fiddle with this position any longer. And then it's probably going to rip. And it ripped like within 5 minutes. And it just shot higher. I'm like, this is so stupid.
Oh my gosh. Of course. Like within 5 minutes. So this is the hourly.
I feel like a lot of type L in the chat if you're long, type S in the chat if you're short. I just want to see what people are at.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to get us started. Jerry says, I need help. What do you need help with, Jerry? Okay. I'm seeing longs, a lot of longs. Robles, you're short with me. Good luck. I might bail out short. We'll see. I'm seeing lots of longs. Jerry says, how do I get a ticket? Oh, a ticket for the wheel giveaway. One of the mods, if you can drop the form in chat again, make sure you just put your name into that form, and then you'll get a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. We will be doing the wheel together with ZeroDayJay. He's going to be with us in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I saw lots of longs, Nick.
I did. I saw a lot of longs too. I am long from 727.
Okay.
I'm not sure to draw this down a little bit. 727.25. So yeah, stop right here at 700. You could add, honestly, with the risk to reward, if you want to go a little lower and keep it at 2R, you could 697. ES actually, I think, is a little bit stronger, and it has a better risk to reward. So type in N if you're long on NQ, type in E if you're long on ES. I probably should have longed ES if I was going long.
Market is green by about 65 points. It's Friday. It's Friday. Some people don't even trade Fridays. They just completely stay out.
Yeah,
Do you do that like with certain days or not so much?
If I see a setup early, yeah, kind of like I mean, if it kind of chops around, then I'll probably, and if I had a good week, I just kind of capital preservation is on my mind. But in any day, really, like if I see a setup, I'll take it. But you definitely need to be mindful on Fridays because you worked all week, Monday through Thursday, Tuesday through Thursday, make good profits. Like even if you do trade, maybe just risk like if you made $2,000, maybe just risk 350 or 500 to make 1,000 or 700. Just to, because you definitely want to take advantage of the wins, but you don't want to take full size, I don't think, because like if you take a loss, like what are you susceptible to do? Maybe overtrade, right? And then you blow all your profits. A lot of people, I'd like to see the stats on what days people blow accounts.
That would be so interesting. Yeah.
Obviously, the biggest days are probably going to be like the high impact news days, right? But let's see. Yeah, a lot of people are long in Q. There's one person long ES, but
have you ever traded YM?
I've never traded YM in my life. I'm thinking about it. Yesterday was crazy. That was bonkers. It just took off.
Yeah. I'm curious too about YM. I've heard many good things that YM isn't as like wild as NQ. The moves are more predictable. Oh, okay. So market is pushing green on this candle. Okay, I'm gonna exit, you guys. Woo! I'm gonna exit.
No, don't exit.
I took profit though. $170. I took profit. Okay, I'll tell you why I exited. Because the 5-minute order people got tagged in. 15-minute order people got tagged in. This week has been a green candle run. We are at all-time highs, and we're trading above VWAP. So I'm like, all right, I got to get out.
Now it's going to dump, and my position's going to get liquidated. Thanks, Terry. I should have longed ES. I can't believe I didn't long ES.
No, I think your position's going to keep printing money, Nick. Yay. Thank you, Keith. It's a win. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Thomas said could be range bound, because but ES is moving though, it makes me just think This is kind of like yesterday, like ES running higher, and NQ was just kind of like range bounding. You have to be really patient and have like keep your stops where they were originally at. You don't want to get too like picky and start moving them up. I feel like just accept the risk early on, because like that's what a lot of people in the Discord did yesterday. They moved them up early, had a big down candle at like 10:30, 10:45, and then it from there it was just like 10 or 12 straight 10 or 12 green candles in a row on the 5-minute chart. I'm hoping so, Carla. I hope NQ wakes up.
Look at this. This is the ES, guys. It's so smooth compared to NQ. This is what NQ looks like. Many more wicks.
How about Terry enters a long right now? That would be great. It'd be a push up.
I'm tempted, you guys. Look at this. Yeah, someone said it's looking to take out London's highs. And this is another reason why too. Because why I got out of that short. Because like the low so far, we're in almost 30 minutes market time, New York time open. And the lowest price that printed was in the very first 5-minute candle. That is so bullish, right? Like we did not come back and test this price since the open. Everyone's willing to pay up. So anything can happen. I feel very good that I took profits on that. Of course, in hindsight, I wish I took it down here, but there's no way of knowing.
I'm gonna move my stop up just a little bit here to 705.
Oh, let's show Nick's chart if we can.
705. I'm moving it up to. I'm gonna drag it up over here on this execution chart, just a little bit. That way, I don't lose as much as I anticipated. I know I was just talking about like keeping wider stops, but I think if it runs all the way down here, it's gonna run this low anyway. So, okay, ES just took that high. So, if you guys are in an ES, maybe take partials, close position, and then be mindful there's a SMT here as well. So, I didn't learn my lesson from yesterday. I took the weaker one again today. So hopefully it works out and NQ runs like it did yesterday. But
I hope so.
Good trade though, guys.
Yeah, great trade. Okay, we have to celebrate and put in a woohoo for Alex. Congratulations. You passed your pogo. So you passed the weekly promo where you bought a Starter Plus or Expert account. Which type of account did you buy, Alex? So because Alex passed it using the code, hopefully you use code YouTube for that, you get a free eval. Let's go. Ash is in the house. Bull's still in control. Yes.
Ash, were you long? Ash, were you long today? If he was long, then now I know why we pumped. We got another whale in the house.
Ash is the real whale.
Ash is the real whale.
Oh my gosh, congratulations, Alex. It was on an Expert 150K account that you passed. Congratulations. So now you'll have two. You'll have one funded and then you'll have another one that is an eval. And hopefully you can pass that one too. Definitely keep us updated. Oh my gosh, passing a 150K Expert account is a big deal. Chat, type in W. Type in W for our man that just passed a 150K eval. Expert account. Woohoo. Awesome job.
I'm going to take one partial here just because.
Yeah. Lock in some profits.
Yeah, like locking some profits here.
We love celebrating wins.
Just because I took the weaker pair, like an idiot. I took the weaker pair again. So.
Oh, but you didn't know.
I did know, and I still did it. Well, you're right. I didn't know. I just was watching NQ because I'm always tuned in on NQ. I'll look at ES, but yeah, what happened was the fair value gap to the downside was much more obvious. Whereas in ES was so small that it looked like more chop conditions. And then obviously it just pushed higher. Looks like Ash has the same exact chart as me. Sweet.
NQ is pushing higher. Okay, the overnight low of NQ is 22,788. We're not that far away. We might take it out very soon. Oh, we have 1 minute left before it is 9 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Oh, well,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
you're
Yeah.
I forgot.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Eastern time.
Type W's in the chat if you guys took this trade, and I'm gonna head out here in a second. But if you wanted to, depending on how we close here in the next 15 seconds, you could go break even, because I do not want to see this candle get displaced below and stuff like that, especially with the SMT up here. So maybe if you want to be safe, go break even. TP is still the same up here, so I'm anticipating this high to get ran. And that is my final. Whoa, might hit it here before I head out, but I actually have to go now because we're bringing in a guest. So I'll see you guys back here on Monday. Thanks,
Nick. See you on Monday.
Yep.
Let's welcome ZeroDayJay. Hey.
Hey, I was muted. What's up?
What is up? How are you doing?
How's it going, everyone? How's it going? Hi, Terry.
Let's smash the confetti button for ZeroDayJay. Let's welcome him.
Yeah, pound that shit like roast beef.
Like roast beef? I never thought I would say that live.
Don't worry. I'll say it for you. Don't worry. I know you deep down inside, you always want to say stuff like that, but I get it.
I can't get in trouble.
Yeah. Like,
okay. Let's
Matt's
see.
Lots of people don't ever have this guy on.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Matt's going to be like, don't ever have this guy on again.
No, we love you. Are you kidding me? Everyone is saying hi to you, ZeroDayJay.
What's up, chat? I see the DCA gang is representing to the fullest in the chat. At least they're rolling on in. So what's up, everybody? And everybody else who's hanging out already. Yeah.
So you're up late for us? Or did you wake up early for us?
I'm in Vegas. I just woke up. So
oh my gosh.
I'm just assessing what's going on. And, like, damn, I missed, the open is there's always an opportunity during the open, and I missed it just about every day. So, or maybe I saved myself from blowing accounts when I miss it, but you never know.
You never know.
I mean, this thing is pumping.
It is pumping. Okay, so we just took out London's highs. 788 was the high, and the high in this candle is 792.
Yep, I see it.
Okay, I'm just gonna hop in a scalp for a long. I don't know what's going to happen. And then
you're just guessing your way in?
Yes, I'm just guessing my way in. Guessing my way out. Exactly. Pine Tree Traders says, what's your thesis, Jay?
Hashtag no thesis.
I like it. I like how completely honest you are. You're just like, we guess our way in, we guess our way out. We just figure it out as we go.
It's just, I've had people tell me things like this. So it just turns into a joke, a never ending joke, but they were serious, so it's just funny. But yeah, I mean, what am I, what are we doing here? I mean, we just swept the highs. We could drop a little bit also.
We can. Yep. So I hopped in because I'm thinking we will break above this at least by 10 points is kind of what I'm thinking. But because this is such a big candle, I feel like I need to go for a bigger take profit because this candle is such a big candle and I want to give it some room. So I move the stop down here. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Oh, you're on the 5 minute?
Yeah, I'm on the 5 minute. No one copy me. Do not copy me. Do not copy any traders on any show. Don't copy anyone.
Don't fade them either. Except for, depending on who's trading. It really all depends on who you're watching. But yeah, you should, just because Terry's going in long doesn't mean you should automatically go in long unless you like what you see. Yeah, it's still popping. It's still going.
And everyone's trade is your responsibility, right? So if you win on a trade, go you. If you lost in a trade, go you too. Like it's all our trades have to be ours. And that is what I love about trading, is that we're our own bosses and we take full responsibility for whatever happens. There's no one making us do anything, which I love. Just that freedom.
Oh yeah. And obviously this is educational purposes only. Full disclaimer.
Yeah.
Results not typical.
No.
Trading's hard.
Trading is very hard. So tell us about when things started clicking for you and you started getting a ton of payouts. Like, what was that experience like? Like, what helped you push through?
Man, it took me 7 months to get my first ever payout, and that was over a year ago. And so I got my first ever payout trading with prop firms the beginning of May of 2024, and then I skipped June because I unpaid myself. Basically, got to a point where I was in line for a payout. I was like, oh, I want to give myself more room for the next one. Stupid. I should have just been like, no, get the money, take the money. It's available. Stop being an idiot. And then July, I started getting payouts again. I haven't missed a month since. Last month I had my best month ever. I did 18,000, just under 18,700 in payouts. This month wasn't so good.
My gosh! Congratulations! Yeah. Can we celebrate that? 18,000 in payouts.
Yeah. It's pretty good, but it's great. It's great. I was very happy about the month, but every month I fuck myself out of payouts, and I'm just like, man, it could have been so much better. But in terms of like the breakthrough, I don't know. I was getting so close so many times and finding a way, which I still do. I still do to this day. I just don't do it as much, but I was getting so close to the finish line where I could get a payout, and something, the worst sequence of trading possible would happen. And, I would start tilting and blow the account. And I don't know. I just got tired of sucking. And I was like, man, I'm getting so much closer. The one thing when you're like at that point and you're, it's just not happening for you yet, just know you're getting closer with every failure. That's how success works. Every failure is getting you closer to success. And I knew my time was coming. I was going to get a stupid payout, right? It's not stupid, but I was like, God damn, I see all these people around me getting payouts left and right. They know that, like, yeah, sure, are they better traders than me? Obviously, right? But they're no different than me. I could skill up and get better and figure out the game. Because with prop firms, it's, to me, you have to trade, you have to be effective, but there's all these different wrinkles that get added on top of having to learn how to trade. It's almost like a game to me. So you just got to get good at playing the game, and that's how I looked at it. And am I great at it? No. Am I getting better every day? Yes. And that's another thing you just want to tell yourself, is that you're getting better every day. Even if it sounds weird, you say, like, every day in every way, I'm getting better, especially at trading. You say stuff like that to yourself, even if it's out loud, not around other people, obviously, if you don't want to feel completely weird about it, but maybe to yourself in the mirror. But you just got to know that you're getting closer. And I knew I was getting closer. And then finally I cracked it. And then once you do it once, now you could do it again, right? And again and again and again. And that's just, you need that proof of concept. Obviously you see it with other people, and most people aren't, most people, especially like on YouTube and stuff, most people are, they show payouts, or like you just see it. If you hang out in the community, you see people posting payouts and stuff like that. Once you do it for yourself, then you know for sure, right?
Yeah.
So, and then you can do it again. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, it was a great answer. So, like, really, you have to believe in yourself and just keep at it each and every day.
Yeah.
And each day you'll get better and better and better, and just know that you will get there. And if you see other people doing it, know that you can too. Like, it's just going to take time though. So speaking of that, it's about to hit my take profit. My take profit is at 22,807. Let's see if it gets there.
Get up there.
Get up there. Oh, it's so close.
It's going to hit it. It's going to hit it.
You think so?
Oh, it just missed it by a tick.
It missed it by
that's
one
tick. There it goes.
It missed it by one tick.
I saw 725, 807.25.
807. Oh, there it is. Woohoo.
Yeah. What are you trading? NQ, right? Yeah, you're trading NQ.
NQ. Yeah, NQ on this trade. I go back and forth between NQ and MNQ.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe it might have been a tad different, I guess, or the fill or whatever.
Yeah.
I literally, like I said, I woke up at like 6:41.
Oh gosh.
Great
Thank you
job.
for joining us. It's so
Really
early
nice
for
trade.
you.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I got stuff to do. I got physical therapy and all this stuff for my finger and whatnot. So it's good that I'm up because I can hang out, maybe take some trades. But I don't, man, this type of price action I do not like. And when it's just going straight up. It's like,
Yeah.
you get in. Do you get in long? Do you dare try to short this if you could find a key level? We're pretty much, are we at all-time highs now? Yeah. Right? Just about. Hold on. Let me look at the daily.
Yeah. I think we are. I think the futures contracts.
Yeah.
Here,
Jesus.
let's look at the daily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on
Look
the
at
adjusted.
this.
I'm looking at the adjusted chart, but yeah, we're at new all-time highs. So like, what do you do now?
Yeah, we're at new all-time highs.
You just
Holy
hope for a
moly.
pullback, and then I guess you go back. I don't know. You need to hear maybe some news. I don't even know. It's a Friday. It's not the last trading. It's it's the last trading day of the week, but it's not the last trading day of the month because Monday. So it's like, what do you do? And we just pulled back. Look at that. Like we just had like a quick 8. We just went back like 20 points, and now we're going back up. It's just, I got this Starter Plus account I'm trying to pass.
Oh, show us. I think you can share your screen if at the bottom.
Yeah, sure. I think you got to flip me on or whatever. Let's see.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Pine Tree Trader. Thanks, guys, for cheering me on.
Yeah,
that
it's a great
I won
trade.
on that trade. Yay!
Woohoo! Woohoo! Present. Let's see. Share
Crack
screen.
me up.
I'll share my entire screen. I promise I won't show anything else. I'll only show my MyFundedFutures account. Promise.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so all right, oh, you see me. All right, cool. So yeah, I got this account right here, this Starter Plus account. What's funny was I had it up halfway. I was playing half for smash the other day. I got it up halfway, and then I gave back all of it on the second day because the Starter Pluses you can't pass in one day. So you, they have the 50% consistency rule. I gave it all back, and then yesterday I did $1,504 or something like that. So I'm basically back where I started. So I would like to push this some. I don't usually trade the Starter Pluses. I usually trade starters. So, but I don't know if you can see this. This is right there.
So with the Starter Plus account compared to the starter account, you guys, the nice thing about the Starter Plus is that there are no consistency on the funded side.
Yeah.
So you can have a day where you make $3,000, and then the next day you make $100, the next day you make $100, the next day you make 100 and 100 on a 50K account, and you can request the maximum amount, which is $1,200 on that size account. So for anyone that's like, maybe like they just love to go for it, the Starter Plus account is a great account for that. And this week's promo is you buy a Starter Plus account and or Expert account. And once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. Use code YouTube for that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, see, look, you see that? That candle just went freaking shot up.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, the Starter Pluses are cool. Especially because of there's no consistency rule.
Yes.
There's no daily loss limit either.
Which we love.
Yeah, which could be good because yeah, I like it because sometimes I'm like, man, I've gotten taken out of trade that ended up becoming like a banger of a trade, even though I went down 1,200 or whatever, or I re-entered, it was a better spot, whatever it is, and then like you can't go back in, you have to wait. So sometimes it saves you from yourself, especially if you're tilting. The only thing I would say is, and it depends on everybody's trading style. You do get $500 less of drawdown with the Starter Plus versus the starter on the 50K. Obviously, there's only a 50K starter, so
yeah.
But yeah, they're cool. I've traded accounts with only $2,000 of drawdown, so it's fine. I haven't passed the Starter Plus yet. I think this is like my third or fourth one. I usually only traded with the starter.
It's going to happen this week. I know it will. With the weekly promo, I just know it's going to happen for you.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's Friday, so I don't know how strict you guys are with the 50% consistency rule. So we'll see what happens. If not, I'll just pass it on Monday.
Yeah. Oh. So I was going to tell you guys with that promo, as long as you use the weekly promo code for the purchases this week, you can take as long as you want to take to pass it. You will still get that free eval.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No matter when you pass it, it's not like yeah, because it expires on Sunday, right? The promotion.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not like obviously if you're gonna buy an account for that promotion, you can't trade on Sunday and pass.
Yep.
But
you can just you can spend the whole month working on it if you want, and no big deal. You still get your free eval once you pass it.
Yes. You know what? We're not quite at, based on the adjusted chart with the new contracts, we're not quite there at the all-time high. It's like 870 something. Let me zoom in on this thing. Don't mind the smiley face. That was the NQ laughing at us back in December. I'm looking at the daily. I'm all the way back in December. So it's like, yeah, it's like 8. Let me zoom in on this thing. We're not quite there yet. 872.75 is that? There it is. So we're not quite. We're almost there. Well, we are almost there. We're 70 points away or 60 points away.
60 points away.
You know, they still got to. Oh man, what am I in?
So, ZeroDayJay, what are the times that you often stream for our viewers?
When do I stream?
Yeah, when do you stream?
Oh, thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah,
I do stream.
You do stream. People love your stream.
Yeah, we have some fun there. It's a great place. I wouldn't come there to like learn how to trade per se. Although this once in a while I'm good, but it's a great place to decompress from your day. I stream for Power Hour, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern every day, and then I'll hop on at other random times. Like I'm probably gonna hop on after I get off of this for a little while because I'm up. Oh, imagine it doesn't get to all-time highs today. That'd be funny.
Holy smokes!
These candles are moving pretty violently, which is great because you know what? It's been kind of shitty basically the last few weeks.
Yeah.
You'd see candles like this all day during New York, like this type of stuff. I'm like, what is this? But so far so good. I just don't know. I just don't like trading near all-time highs because you just don't know. And then like, if it breaks it and it makes a new all-time high and you look to the left, there's nothing there, right? So it's kind of gets a little tricky.
Yeah, it does get tricky. Oh my gosh. Remember when we were at all-time highs before, when we made those highs before, and like, you can't look to the left. There's nothing, there's no levels. It's like, what do we do?
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you just gotta, he needs to establish a new pattern of behavior at that point, or pull all the way back down, which it ended up doing. I think all the tariff talk that started in like February or whatever got real dicey. I'm sorry, what were you going to ask me?
Oh, do you typically trade on the bull side or bear side, or do you feel like it's equal?
In terms of what, like going long or short, or?
Yeah.
I do anything. I'm DTF or DT trade, DTT. If I see something, I'll hop in if I like what I see. So I like playing change of direction. I like doing like reversals and bounces anyway, off of key levels. So like right now, I mean, it looks like it could drop. I don't know if I want to go in short because I don't trust it because we're so close to the all-time highs. But it looks like just look at what it's doing. It looks like it kind of wants to drop down. Maybe it'll all the way down to the VWAP, The
VWAP.
So, and I got all these fucking moving averages here. The ones I care most about are the 34 and the 5-minute 21. This red line is the VWAP.
The VWAP. And then you also say a bunch of other really good sayings too.
I do say a lot of crazy. Yeah. Karan says I curse a lot. Yeah, I do. No filter here. Sorry, guys. No one told me I can't curse on my funded TV, so I'm trying to keep it PG-13 here.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
PG-13.
no, yeah. Yeah, see, I like, man, it bounced off of like this wick right here, which was the previous, what was that? The London high. No, or that was no, it wasn't the London high, just the previous high, right? I'm just trying to see what's going on here. It literally bounced right off of it.
So we are going to give away some free accounts. ZeroDayJay, are you in?
Yeah, do it.
Let's do it for the stream.
Do it for the stream.
Do it for the stream. So we are going to do the wheel. Yeah. Okay. Just a reminder, you guys, that we will be doing free giveaways throughout the whole day, including another wheel. So you have a chance to win a free account now, and then you'll have another chance throughout the day. They will be doing a wheel. I don't know when, but hang out with us all day long. All right, ZeroDayJay, do you want to announce the winners, and I will cheer people on?
Yeah, sure. I can't spin it. Someone else has to click.
Oh yeah, yep. It's fun. If you look on the.
Oh yeah, I gotta look here. I gotta look on it.
Let's go. Chat is all ready.
Who is that? Nino Tracky. Who is that? Are you there? Are you here? Congratulations.
Are you here? Congratulations. A free 50K starter plus account. To claim your prize, just make a ticket with support.
I was gonna say send Terry a personal message. Slide into Terry's DMs if you want to get your free account. Who was that? I missed it. What happened?
Oh, shoot. Can we get that?
Yeah, they're gonna. I see Pranav.
Congratulations, Pranav. You win a free 50K starter account.
Harush, Harush. Harush, congratulations. That was the one before. I missed it.
Congratulations.
This is happening fast.
Okay, someone said
7.
Congratulations, 7.
There's a delay on the stream, obviously. I'm seeing it in real time, and there's like I don't know how many second delay there is. Probably like a 10, 15 second delay.
Yeah, it's a few seconds. It's like a second or so.
Jory D. Damn,
congratulations. Yes, winners open up a ticket. Congratulations on your free 50K starter plus account. Let's go.
Big Skeety. Skeet. That boy. Way to get that free account.
Congratulations.
Oh my God.
Yes, you can open your ticket now.
C-Bong. You guys have
C-Bong.
I love these names.
Congratulations. Okay, so we can't click remove the winner. Don't worry, guys. No one wins 2. Like they only get to win 1. So don't worry.
Ninja AI. Is that it? Ninja AI 24. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Wow. Look at all these winners. Very excited. Very excited.
One more.
ZeroDay Jason's here. Cube. ZeroDay Jason. Insane. I couldn't even see that. Insane something. It was quick.
Insanchel. Congratulations.
Yeah. VC 95.
VC 95. Let's go.
Woohoo.
Congrats to all the winners.
Oh,
yes,
insane chili. Yeah, that's who it was. I'm seeing it on the delay. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you guys. Make a ticket with support to receive your free 50K starter plus account. And for everyone that did not win, hang tight. We will be doing more giveaways throughout the day, and there will be another wheel. It's kind of my favorite, Jay.
Yeah, that's really cool. Congratulations to all the winners. You guys just gave away like how many accounts? Like 10 accounts?
Yeah, I think 10.
Nice.
And then 50 with the 50 free resets.
What? Oh, what was it? Which one? What account are they getting?
They're getting a free 50K starter plus account.
Oh, nice.
Right.
And it comes with a free reset.
No.
A free. Oh, it doesn't do. It's not the Pogo deal.
No, it's not the Roko deal.
Oh man. Don't get too excited, guys. Nah, that's seriously a free account is great because you can take that. First of all, right on a 50K,
Yeah.
you just got a free account. You could pass it, right? And then
Yep.
5 days from when you pass it, you could get as much as $1,200, and you could do that. You could keep getting paid on it. So don't take those free accounts for granted.
Yeah.
You know? A lot of people, they'll kind of like, it's just I didn't pay for this one, so let me just like do something stupid, like, you know, full port at the worst possible time or whatever. Just like close my eyes and pick a direction. You know, that account could become a great account, you know?
Yes, because there are no activation fees. So once you pass the free account, you can hopefully get that to pay out, to fund it, and then get a payout. And then you can use that money to buy more accounts and just build the empire.
Man, look at this. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I'm just watching this. I'm just watching what's happening with this NQ. It's now it's starting to drop lower.
Yeah, I did hop into a short. Once I saw this candle, I just hopped in. Sometimes you just have to hop and close your eyes and just jump.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is what I did. I am tempted to bring this down to protect my account.
See, it went to like retest the high again.
Oh.
And it didn't quite get there and it dropped.
Okay. It hit the take profit. So
there you go. Look at you.
Right? It's a fantastic Friday.
Yeah, you're killing it. I haven't taken I traded one account during the overnight, and it was so annoying.
What happened?
I can't talk about it because it's not on MyFundedFutures.
Oh, okay. But you can just
I'll talk about it. It's all I need. All I needed was a flip day. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You know those type of accounts.
Yeah.
And it turned into an absolute shit show. But
oh no,
working in my favor. I almost unpassed that thing, but it's good now. And I was just like, I'm going to sleep. That was just so annoying. But you know, that's part of the fun. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at this now. Like, is it gonna go down more? I mean,
I don't know.
It just went down a bunch though. Like we were at 825 and we came down as much 50 points, more than 50 points. But we bounced on what the previous high was, and we came up and retested it and rejected. So I think we might drop. Let me look at the 5-minute chart. So there we go. Let's do this. You see that, guys? Just kidding. There's nothing on there because it's so scrunched. All right. Now we see. This thing could drop. I don't know. Maybe it does want to go down to the VWAP. We'll see.
The VWAP.
Let's see. I do want to enter in a trade. I'm just a little hesitant. I'm still waking up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You are still waking
up. I feel like
I
missed the opportunity. Like this pop right here, it's, you know, just from there alone, it's down 40 something points. I think it wants to go lower. This might be the next little area of support right here. You got this. We'll see.
Do it for the stream.
We got to do it for the stream. Yeah, for real.
No pressure. If you see a trade, take it. If you don't, it's like, it's all good. Because then we're modeling sitting on our hands, right? It's like,
yeah, that's an important skill to have, is just, you don't want to just trade just to trade. The only person, you know, Rick James said, I never just do things just to do them, you know, right before he started grinding his feet on Eddie Murphy's couch. But that's besides the point. But you know, I just hate missing. I feel like I missed the opportunity. I don't know how much more down it's going to go. So I guess we just wait. Even like right there, like that would have been a good spot to, like, you see, like right here.
Right.
To go
so
short.
it sounds like what you're saying is I feel like I missed the opportunity, like a really good entry. And so
Yeah.
now I'm just going to sit and wait, and that's okay. It's like,
Yeah.
don't chase it.
Yeah. And sometimes like I've also like missed even with the, all right, so chasing, I don't like to chase, but there's been times when, man, I wish I did chase because you just kept going. And I saw it, I'm like, oh, there it is, and I missed it, you know, and like you start beating yourself up over it. That's the thing. Trading is crazy. It'll just mess with your mental so much, even when you're not in a trade. When I'm just watching the same, fuck, you know.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. We'll see. It's trying to it bounce off the top of this little zone, right? This little batch of candles here and this over here. How much more up is going to go back up and start going for highs again, or is it going to just chop around here and then go down some more? Like that's the stuff that's going on in my head. And then I'll enter. I'm gonna go short, and then it's gonna go long and go up like 40 points. I don't know. We'll see. We
See what happens.
Yeah, we're at this. Yeah, this is the 30-minute candle right now. So, which is yeah. See, it kind of wants to push up. I don't know, but it doesn't. I don't know. I think it's gonna drop. I don't. I think it's good. I think we're gonna come down to the VWAP.
The VWAP.
You think? I don't know. What do you think, Terry? You think it's going to go for the? Was it 782.75 is the all-time high. 872. I mean 872. Sorry.
You know, I don't know. I'm liking this back to the VWAP trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I hadn't already taken so many trades this morning, I likely would want to jump in here, risk a 1-to-1 about going for the VWAP. I do like it. We're trending down. Last 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. Yeah, I do like this trade. Back to the VWAP.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the VWAP, but what happens after that? Well, I guess we'll see, right?
Yeah,
exactly. See, man, I liked it. I liked it to the downside. It's gonna go. I can tell you one thing. I can't guarantee which way it's gonna go. I know it's gonna go to the right. These candles are gonna move to the right.
Yes, I believe you.
There we go.
I would bet money on that. On your call, Jay.
Yeah, guarantee it. That I can guarantee.
Yes. Okay. Reminder for everyone who hasn't watched ZeroDayJay's stream. You stream every day, Monday through or starting on. Do you stream on Sundays too? No, starting on Monday.
Randomly, yeah. Monday for Power Hour. Always every day for Power Hour, and then I'll hop on randomly. Like I've been streaming a lot during like this time. Like I'll hop on around this time, like 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern, and hang out for like an hour, try to take some trades. And then like it's just random after that. I used to stream during London, but I don't know, I wasn't getting enough sleep. And now like I got into the pattern of actually getting sleep. But yeah, Power Hour every single day, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern. Come check it out if you want to, if you're around, if you have nothing better to do. I mean, we don't do MyFundedFutures numbers, but we'll have as many, we'll cross into like over 300 concurrents.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And it's just a fun, chill place to hang out. People talk, and it's like your vibe is very much like relaxed. Have fun. It's a big party. Just be yourself. It's not stuffy at all. So you can also follow ZeroDayJay on X. Are you on any other socials?
Yeah, I'm on X, ZeroDayJay. I'm on Instagram, real ZeroDayJay. And I am on MySpace.
You're on I thought MySpace closed.
I just got a MySpace music account, guys. Yeah, I'm on TikTok as well. What's my TikTok? I don't even know what my TikTok, because I don't know what happened when I was creating these accounts. Something broke. I'm on TikTok as the ZeroDayJay. I'm on Instagram as real ZeroDayJay and TikTok as the ZeroDayJay. I'm starting to post like shorts on TikTok more lately, but really just follow me on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Oh wait, am I not allowed to say that? My bad.
You can. Yeah, subscribe to ZeroDayJay, you guys, on YouTube.
I spend most of my time on YouTube and Twitter.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for coming and keeping me company and trading with me and trading with our wonderful and amazing traders with MyFundedFutures. ZeroDayJay, you are awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Let's welcome Ash Trades. Come on down. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. We did the wheel, and I just want to let you know that there will be another wheel giveaway. I don't know when, but I just wanted to pass on that information to you.
Perfect. I know chat probably loves to hear that. So,
Right? How's your
well,
morning going so far?
very happy once again. Just another morning of aiming for new high of day. It was a beautiful push there to start the morning. Now that the objective has been completed, I'm done for the week. So very happy it's Friday. And what about yourself? How is your day going so far?
It's good. Had some wins on stream, which was always feels good. And chat, you guys have been awesome today. We had a good day. It was good.
Yeah, I saw the win there on the long. What was that, a couple minutes ago, probably around right before 10 o'clock or so. Beautiful position there. So congrats on the one.
Thank you. I will let you take the ball and run with it. Have a great
Alrighty.
one. It's good to see you, and I will see you on Monday. Bye, guys. See you on Monday.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, chat? Happy Friday. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Last day of the week here, so let's sprint through the finish line, not stop before it. Let's continue to keep collecting more conviction through experience. One more day before the weekend starts, so let's see how chat's doing so far today. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade today. Wow, a bunch of ones. Wow, majority ones. Sounds like today's going well for everybody. A lot of ones. Wow. Couple 2s there, but there's a lot of ones. I love to see it. That might be the most ones that we've seen every single out of all the times that I've asked. Requesting a payout today. Let's go, Victor. Congratulations. Very good job. Requesting 2 payouts today. Wizard W. Congratulations. Very, very good job. Very good job. You know my opinion on that. You know, if you're available for a payout, you need to take those withdrawals. There is no leaderboard that matters. Okay? The only thing that matters is that we develop a skill that provides a new income stream. And that's what we're doing here. So anytime you're available for a payout, take the payout. Okay? That's how we make our income more than our expenses. And that's what being profitable is. Not having a profitable strategy. What is being profitable is when your expenses are less than your income. So very good job. Very, very good job. Love to see it. The Bulls are in control. The Bulls are clearly in control. So let's go over the information from this morning, and then we can have a conversation. Like to complete the analysis shown first, and then we can communicate, whether you want to do questions and answers, whether you just want to hang out and enjoy your Friday, the whole 9. Let's make sure we get our work done first, and then we can enjoy the rest of our Friday. So first things first. You know me, it's going to sound real repetitive, but bullish. Once again, bullish until proven otherwise. I mean, this thing just keeps going higher. So, you know, the market doesn't care about your opinion. The market doesn't care about your feelings or your emotions, right? If you're the individual saying, "Oh, it can't keep going. There's no way that we get another bullish day. We've had 4 bullish days in a row. It's got to turn around at some point." Nope. No, the market doesn't care about your feelings. The market doesn't care about your opinions. And that's why I always try to implement the mindset of being objective to price action. Forget about what happened yesterday. Whatever happened yesterday doesn't matter. Don't worry about the future. You cannot predict what's going to happen next. The only thing we should be doing as day traders, as risk managers, is focusing on the present. Give your undivided attention to what's currently happening right now. Okay, and be objective to that. Don't allow yesterday's emotions to deter today's actions. Okay, so, you know, all those bears are probably in disbelief at this point because this thing just keeps going higher, right? Look at this run this week. Right from the open of the week, we just keep running. Monday we go higher. Tuesday we go higher. Wednesday we go higher. Thursday we go higher. Friday we go higher. The bulls are in control. Okay? It doesn't matter if you think that we need to turn around here. Market doesn't care about your opinion. Now, what we need to be doing is being objective to price action. So we can go over the top-down analysis, but I just want to provide some insight there because price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Okay, so unless there's information stating it's going to do otherwise, then the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Stick with the trend. Okay, so we've been pointing to higher prices for a long time here. The very first time that I came on MyFundedFutures live stream, I had been talking about making long-term purchases right here. Okay, those long-term purchases, you now need to make a decision on. Okay, before we get into today's trade, we need to talk about that long-term purchase because here's the update for it. We were talking about making long-term purchases right here. For all the individuals that took those long-term purchases with me, the objective to the position has now been completed, right? The idea was to get long during the sell-off because it provided a nice discount. Probably, what was that, like a 20, 30% discount there? Let's take a look. Give me 2 seconds. Let's take a look. Right from the highs down to the lows. 27% discount. That's what you're going to get. There's your pullback. During this move lower, we had talked about long-term purchases. During times of maximum fear, that is when we should be positioning ourselves long. Right? So during this moment in time, everybody's screaming recession. Instead, they should have been saying, make long-term buying opportunities. I don't know why they call it a recession. Because that's when you buy, right? It's the classic buy low, sell high. I know it sounds much simpler than it is, but it's the truth, right? Instead of being induced by all the fear that media presents, right? Saying, oh, we're going into a recession, the economy sucks, blah, blah, blah. Reality of scenario is this is when we should be purchasing long-term opportunities. So for those individuals that have taken those long-term purchases with me, the objective to that has been completed. And you have one of two decisions to make here. Was this a swing trade, right? Was this a position that you were looking to enter and exit for some type of result, right? Was this a swing trade or was this an investment, right? Was this an investment is you're placing money in an appreciating asset for a later period in time, right? So For the individuals that are trying to create a retirement fund, for the individuals that are trying to create some money for to hand down to their kids and later generations, that's what an investment is, right? So you need to decide if this was an investment. Is this something you're handing down to your kids? Or was this a swing trade, a position you were looking to enter and exit for a result? Okay? Because I won't be updating this again now that the objective to the position has been completed. Be an independent thinker and understand what you're looking to do with that long-term position. If you just wanted to make a short-term profit, now is the time to close your position. Right? We've taken it from the low and we brought it to the high. And you've seen, let's see. And you've now seen a 22% increase within a half a year. That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. Okay, so make your decision, and it's a personal decision. Nobody else should tell you what to do. Okay, you just have to understand the two different outcomes. Is this something that you're looking to hold onto for the rest of your life so that you can hand it down to your kids? That person's not going to sell. They're going to continue to keep holding. Or is this a swing trade where you were looking for some kind of short-term profit? Okay, if it was a swing trade, close the position. It does not need to go above new all-time highs for you to be correct. You've now taken a 22% move out of the market and be done with it. Okay, so just a quick update on those long-term positions. Now let's move over to the intraday trades. So throughout my time being here on MyFunded TV, go ahead and look at the amount of times that I've posted longs versus shorts. That's strictly because I'm more interested in taking intraday trades on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. The higher time frame order flow, we're out here on a daily, is very clearly bullish. We just keep making higher highs and higher lows. We are trending higher. Okay, so that still explains today too, right? We are displacing higher. Look at these bullish FVGs. We just made another new bullish FVG. And I look at the most recent information. When I'm looking at information on the daily chart, I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. The most recent information is that we created a bullish FVG. That's bullish. That's a bullish bias. Okay, so now that we have a bias, this is me now doing the top-down analysis to create a game plan to then execute that game plan at New York Open. Okay, so we're switching the conversation from the long-term purchase to today's trade. Starting with a top-down analysis so you can see how to create a game plan, then execute the game plan. The daily provides a bias, and I just explained to you why I'm bullish today. The most recent information has created a bullish FVG. For that reason, I'm looking for higher prices. Then I go to the hourly chart. And on the hourly chart, I'm looking at once again, swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. If I have a bullish bias, then I want to be longing from bullish FVGs or swing lows. Those are two higher time frame points of interest that I look for longs. Okay, it's very clear here that at New York Open, NQ went and swept a swing low. That's a location for a bullish bias. That's where I want to position myself within intraday long positions. Okay, so now we have a bullish bias. We also have a location to look for longs. And chat knows the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask anyways. What's the confirmation we now need to then execute this idea? We've created an idea, right? We're creating the game plan. The game plan is the daily says we're bullish because of the bullish bias. Then to execute that game plan, we look at higher time frame levels. So we're on the hourly chart looking at swing lows and bullish FEGs. To confirm that idea, to then move from analysis to executing, we need what type of confirmation? Very good, chat. Very, very good, chat. SMT, a crack in correlation, right? So let's take a look at NQ. You can see that on NQ, it swept the midnight candle, right? 0, 0, 0, 0. This is the midnight candle, right? So the midnight candle was a swing low that NQ swept. Let's go over to ES, the correlated pair. You can see very clearly that that same candle, right, the midnight candle, was not swept by ES. You now have a bullish bias. You now have a game plan, a location to look for longs, and now you have a confirmation to go in and execute that idea. Well, now that we have a confirmation, let's go in and look at that idea, right? So we come down here, and after creating the bullish SMT on the hourly chart, we have a very clear and decisive change in the state of delivery, right? You have this breaker block here. You have a change in the state of delivery, right? You just don't have an FEG. That's why this is not a unicorn. This is simply a change in the state of delivery. The breaker block is there, but the breaker doesn't have an FEG aligned with it. So this is only a change in the state of delivery, right? A trend change, whatever you want to call it. Change in the state of delivery, change of trend. I don't care what the terminology is. It's the logic that matters. And notice the logic that keeps repeating itself daily. We did this yesterday and we had the same exact results. Creating a game plan, executing that game plan with strictly defined risk management. We know where we enter. We know where invalidation is. And we know what type of risk to reward we want to target. Okay, so very clear information this morning. I've also explained many times that all-time highs is the overall target, right? So we already knew the draw on liquidity. We knew that we've been reaching here. Okay, so it's very clear in terms of bias, right? Creating a game plan, having an idea to execute, where to execute that game plan, and then having a confirmation to carry out that idea, and then moving from carrying out that idea to actually executing, meaning an entry function. Strictly defined risk to reward. Okay, so very clear information this morning. This is textbook, in my opinion. A couple other signatures, something that we haven't talked about yet. At New York Open, what do? At New York Open, we start by running lower. Okay, so here's something we haven't talked about yet. So here's a little Friday golden nugget. If you're bullish, what do you want to see at 9:30? If you're bullish, what do you want to see at 9:30? Throw it in chat. If you're bullish for New York Open, what do you want to see at 9:30? Specifically at 9:30, like at the opening time, what would you want price to do first? Very good job, chat. Very good job. Can't get anything past you guys. Very good job. If I'm bullish, the very first thing that I want to see at New York Open is a move lower. Right? A move in the opposite direction of my bias. Right? So take a look at this. this is what I want to see. Here's New York Open, 9:30. Here's a higher time frame point of interest. Okay. At New York Open, if I'm bullish, right, I would want to see a move lower, right, because I look for longs below old swing lows, and time is a very important aspect to our model. So at the important time, 9:30, is when I would want to see a liquidity grab, right, a run below an old swing low to then create our model. This is something that creates probabilities. The timing aspect. Look at it here. Look at the 9:30 candle. Running lower off the open, below an hourly swing low. And right off the open, you get the Kraken correlation, the bullish SMT. Understanding the importance of time is very important. Seeing that price is aligning itself with our game plan and then providing an entry function at that important time is very important. This is how we're viewing probabilities. All the logic that I've stated while I've been here on the MyFundedFutures live stream, this is how I make decisions. Okay? This is how I make decisions. This is how I view probabilities. And when I'm capable of clearly identifying the probabilities, that's when I decide whether I want to take a trade or not. And then that brings me into the next portion of the conversation. Your risk management, right? Just because you're capable of identifying something, does that mean you must execute it? Throw it in chat. If you have a model, I would like to know what you guys think. If you have a model, you're capable of identifying it, you're capable of executing it, every single time that model shows up on the screen, do you execute it? Yes or no? If you have an edge in the market, whether you're defining your edge through a technical standpoint or a mental or emotional control, when you have an edge and you can clearly identify it, every single time that edge appears, do you execute? Yes or no? Every single time. If your edge is present, are you executing it? Yes or no? No if, thens, or buts. No hypotheticals. Just a straightforward question. If your model, if your edge is present on the screen, do you execute it? No if, thens. No maybe if the higher time frame this, if the higher time frame that. None of that. All I want to know is if your model is on the screen, do you execute it every time? Okay. So pretty mixed answer there. We started off with a bunch of no's. No, not every time. No, nope. And then we got some yeses. Yes. You play probabilities. If everything lines up, yes, you take it. All right. Well, see, this goes to show being an independent thinker is what matters. Your opinion's not going to be the same as my opinion. So why do you try to replicate somebody else? You should make all of your own decisions for your own business. Okay? There is no right or wrong to that answer, and that's why I was asking it. Some people choose to execute every single time, whereas others decide to make a risk management decision. So, for example, myself, everybody knows that there's been many positions that I sit out of because I've hit a risk limit on the week. In my opinion, no. Every time your edge is present on the screen, that does not justify taking the trade. No, it doesn't. So, in my opinion, it's a risk management decision. I'm not stating what's right or wrong. I'm not stating what will yield a better result. I'm stating what I choose for myself. This is what works for my daily life. This is what works for me. This is what has gotten me payouts. Just because I did something, that doesn't mean you're going to be capable of doing that. Every single decision you make here should be contingent upon your own data. What other people are doing have nothing to do with your results. You should own all of your results. And you should make your decisions based on your own data. Okay, now the reason why I choose not to is because I have a risk limit. There's a certain amount of money that I'm willing to lose each week. There's a certain amount of positions I'm willing to take each week. And I do that because I know my mental and emotional control. I know the capacity. I know that if I'm trying to execute 100 times in a week, I'm going to have some fatigue somewhere. I'm not going to have a very sharp edge because I've over-executed. So since I know that about myself, I choose less is more. I take quality over quantity. I don't execute every single time the edge is present on the screen. Very simple. And if you have a different opinion on that, great. You should make your opinion based on your own data. Understand what I'm saying? So, reason being, now I'll also provide why I do that. On top of the mental and emotional control, there's a random distribution of probabilities. Okay? Just because you're capable of identifying probabilities on the screen, that does not mean it will work 100% of the time. Right, so I just went over a top-down analysis about the logic that is shown on the screen. Well, guess what? This logic occurred for the last 3 days. If you remember, for the last 3 days this week, I've pointed to longs during my segment, every single segment. Well, guess what? The first one was a failure. The first one was a stop loss. The second one was a win, and the third one was a win. So that's about a 66% win rate right there. Notice how it's the same exact logic. It's the same exact concepts, but all 3 of them didn't win. Only 2 out of 3 of them won. It's because there's a random distribution of probabilities. You'll never have an opportunity that has a 100% win rate. Therefore, you have no clue when that loser is going to happen. It's a random distribution of probabilities. Okay, so another reason to why I'm saying I choose less is more. I have no clue when that loss is going to happen. You can't control that, nor can you see it beforehand. You have concepts that you're capable of identifying. That's how you understand probabilities in the marketplace. That's how you frame a trade. That's all you have, though. You cannot control whether that concept that you're identifying is going to work out properly or not, because there is no 100% win rate. That's not real. That doesn't happen. Right? Like if there was a system that worked every single time, we probably wouldn't hear about it. That's probably something, the government's keeping to themselves, the banks are keeping to themselves, or whatever. It's probably not shown on the screen. It's probably not publicly available if that was the case. But that's not the case, and that's what I'm trying to say here. There's no such thing as a 100% win rate, so you have to do what works best for yourself because you cannot control the outcome. What you can control is your process. And that's why you should be process-driven. That's why I always point to being data-driven. Because in my opinion, that will yield the best results. Okay, so just wanted to give a top-down analysis along with a educational segment, about how I execute, about my trading journey. I've said this 100 times too, and I'll continue to keep saying it. You have to understand that you have to own your own business. You have to take responsibility of your own risk. You have to treat your business the way that you would want to see the results. So just because I'm sitting here providing this logic, just because I'm sitting here trading in front of everyone, just because I'm sitting here documenting my business, That does not make this a signal service. I am not responsible for your results. What you need to do is start clicking the button on your own and start making your own decisions through collecting data. Collect as much data as you can, then analyze it to see what you can do better or worse while working on your mental and emotional control throughout that time. Okay, so phenomenal conversation to start the day. Happy Friday. We can loosen it up now that it's Friday. That leads me to my next question, actually. So for all those individuals that said they were green, for all those individuals that started my segment typing 1 in the chat and you said you were green on the day, I have a question for you. Are you willing to risk again? Or are you going to accept the work that you've completed and start the weekend? Is it more important to you to remain green? Or are you going to go in trying to risk again because you have some sort of need or want for more? So throw a 1 in chat if you're done for the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're willing to risk again. Throw a 1 in chat if you're going to overtrade. Or which one was 1, 2? Whoops, I might have just mixed it up. 1 is no trade. 2 is take a trade. So are you willing to trade again? Throw a 2 in chat if you are. Bunch of 1s, bunch of 2s as well. Some more 1s and some more 2s. We got some risk takers here. We want to be risking, it looks like. No risk, no reward. Well, in my opinion, I am more than satisfied with the work that has been completed this week. I have no need for more money. I have no want for more money. I'm not going to risk anything else. I've fully accepted the work that's been completed, and I'm more than happy with the amount that has been achieved. So, on my end, I'm done. It is the weekend. It is already the weekend. There's nothing that sounds like more tilt than going from green on the week to red because I decided to overtrade on a Friday afternoon. That sounds like a horrible weekend. That sounds like I will be tilted Saturday and Sunday, and then I won't get to enjoy my weekend like I want to. That sounds like some real tilt. For anybody that doesn't know what tilt is, we can go over that at another point in time. I'll save that for a different segment. But, in my opinion, accept what has been completed. Doesn't matter the dollar amount. That's not the point. The point is you got to fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that. And right now, that part of the process is that we've gotten green on the week. It's the end of the week, so I'm not willing to risk that green. It doesn't matter the dollar amount. All right, you need to have a healthy relation with risk, and that healthy relation with risk should be some kind of risk management that keeps you here in the long term. Let alone the fact that some of this logic, some of these characteristics, some of these mental or emotional intelligences go much further within life outside of trading, right? Having discipline, having patience, making educated decisions instead of impulsive decisions, dealing with delayed gratification. All of these things correlate to some aspect in your life that's going to better the outcome of your life if you practice them. So it's more than just trading. Patience is truly a virtue. Okay. So phenomenal conversation. Happy Friday. Another beautiful long this morning. The Bulls remain in control. Now, let's see if we can get let's see if we want to get another code going. Let's see. Let me hop over to the chat. Let's see what we can do. All right, we're at 1,000 viewers and 2.3K likes. Let's see. If you guys want to get another code going, let's see what we can do. So let's get another 100 or 200 viewers in here. Let's do like, 1,250 viewers and another 200 likes. So let's see if we can get the likes up to 2.5K. So smash the like button if you're in here and you want to do another giveaway code, along with sharing the stream, subbing to the channel. Let's try to get the viewers up to 1,200 as well. So we'll do another giveaway code. Do me a favor by liking the stream and sharing the stream with your friends and family. While you're at it, you might as well turn the notifications on as well. That way you can understand when we go live again. We've been going live every single week. We have some phenomenal hosts. We have some guest speakers that come on here. We're talking about trades. We're talking about, anything to do trading business, mental or emotional intelligence. We're even executing in front of you, so you're getting to see stuff in real time. We're going over the logic to all of our decision making, providing value through giveaways. We're looking to provide value in all aspects of the trading business. So very good day nonetheless. After that, we'll have some time to do some questions and answers. We will take the rest of the segment to do questions and answers. So if you want to throw any type of question or comment or information in the chat, now I'll head over to the chat and we'll start doing questions and answers for the last portion of my segment. Ash, what is your risk appetite in terms of percentage/week? It's 1 trade a day, 2 trades a week maximum. So that's my risk appetite. I want to be taking 1 trade a day, 2 trades a week maximum. So feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Smashing the over on the piano comments. W. If we're gonna have to do some kind of house bet on the piano. I mean, it's smashed the over like 99% of the time so far. Not sure if this question has been asked before, but is that a real piano? No, that is not a real piano. That is just a backdrop for the stream, right? Like, so take a look at my hand, right? And then notice how when it goes to the side, it kind of, there you go. It blurs away. It's just a backdrop for the screen. That's why. Yeah, over or under on the piano comments wins an account. Ash, say 1 if you're green on the week or 2 if you're red on the week. I am green on the week. So 1. 1. How do you stop yourself from trading based off emotion? What do you do when this happens? So first things first is conviction, and conviction is built through experience. So it depends on how much time you're spending in the market, okay, you're going to be able to clearly identify those emotions happening if you have more experience, right? So the more time you spend trading, the more conviction you will have. Then it's a matter of proactively approaching those emotions. If you know you get too excited at some point in time, set limits, set boundaries. If you know you get too fearful at some point in time, set orders. Do a set it and forget it type of mentality. There's different proactive approaches that you can take to better those emotions, and you're going to be able to identify those emotions through more experience. Second part of the question was, how do you stay disciplined against your current emotions? That's outside of the charts. Okay, so if you have discipline in real life, you will have discipline on the charts, right? Like, do you go to the gym 3 times a week? Are you eating healthy? Do you read? Doing something you don't want to do, but you do it anyways because you know it's good for you, that's where you build discipline. And that's why I'm mentioning the gym, eating habits, reading books. Those are good for you as a person, for your health, for your mental. All of those are good for you. Whether you want to do that or not is, your own opinion, but you should do it anyways. Okay, we're almost at the bounty. So once again, we're looking to do another giveaway code. We need 100 more likes on the stream and another 100 viewers. So very close, chat. If you want to do the giveaway, smash the like button. Share the stream with your friends. That way we can do the giveaway. Couple more viewers, couple more likes. We're almost there. That was pretty quick. Very good job, chat. Very good job. Ash, most people get into trading because they want to get rich quick. What's your trading goals? In my opinion, if you're looking for a get rich quick scheme, you will fail. Okay? That's not trading. Okay? If you wanted a get rich quick scheme, just go play the lotto because you're clearly gambling. This is going to take years of work. This is going to take a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of focus. You will not make it on your first trade. You will not make it in your first week. You will not make it in your first month. You might not make it in your first year. And if you're not willing to put in the time and the energy to learn this skill, then I'm sorry. I just don't think it's going to happen for you. This is not a get rich quick scheme. It doesn't work like that. Okay. Checking in on the viewers and the likes, and you guys hit the bounty. So that was very quick. Very good job. A deal is a deal. So here it is. We're doing 50 free resets, and the code is going to be Friday brunch. 50 free resets. The code is Friday brunch. W, chat. W. Very good job for hitting the bounty. That was very quick. Love to see it. I also love that sometimes we do surprises, so the people that are here in chat participating get to take advantage. So throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the giveaways. 50 free resets. Very good job. Very, very good job. Got it. Got one. W. Love it. Love to see it. Liam got one. Alex got one. Gavinci got one. Very good job. Congratulations to the people that were able to get one. Once again, providing value in so many different areas of this business. The amount of giveaways that we do every single week is incredible. Absolutely incredible. There is 2,000 viewers in here and there's only 50 giveaways. So The surprise giveaways go very quick. You're going to have to be on your toes. So, very good job, chat. Congratulations. Happy Friday. I actually had somebody just recently contact me. They were able to get a payout from one of those giveaways that we've done here on stream. I'll have to go and get the comments after this. Maybe I'll show you guys next week because I only got another 10 minutes here. But, you know, people that are taking this serious, people that are really coming here to learn and understand the logic that we're providing to our decision making, and then getting a free account to implement that information on their own. What an opportunity, man. What an opportunity. You know, imagine getting a payout from an account that you didn't even have to purchase. Crazy. The return on investment there is insane. Absolutely crazy. Ash, can we see your dashboard? Yeah, I share my statistics on Twitter all the time. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, my @ is right below my picture here. So @_Ash_trades_ on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Discord. I present those statistics from my live account on my Twitter account all the time. I'm a 50% win rate trader. I focus on 1 to 2 risk to reward. You can see that in the statistics as well. It's provided a beautiful result. It's yielded many payouts. So I'm going to continue to stick to my system. I do also have to say thank you to MyFundedFutures. I mean, their payout system is the fastest in the entire industry. Currently, the average approval to money being in my bank account is under 5 minutes. It's insane. The system that they've built over at MyFundedFutures is absolutely incredible. Out of all of my payout requests, I've never been denied. That's the other thing. Imagine having no worry about getting denied. Every single one of my payouts have been approved. And when they get approved, it takes like 5 minutes to get to my bank account. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So you guys watch me go through all the logic and decision making right here in real time. That's what I'm using for my trading. Yes, I take trades off stream. I take trades in my communities and my Discords. I take trades here on stream. You do have to understand that I'm not obligated to be trading every single day. I'm running my trading business. And when the opportunities present themselves while I'm here, then I take the trade. If it fits my system, if it fits my risk management, then I'll do it here live on stream. But I'm choosing my own risk management first every time. Okay. I've already explained this is not a signal service. So sometimes the trades are going to happen here on stream. Sometimes they're not. I can't control what price does. I can't control when price provides an entry. Okay. So whether I trade it here on stream or not, I'll continue to keep providing the statistics across all of my socials. I have no issue with that, providing my experience and sharing my journey. And I don't plan on ever stopping. This is my lifetime business. So for anybody that's willing to work and learn every single week, whoever is looking to continue to keep trying to gain more conviction through experience, that's what I'm doing here. And I'll continue showing up each week as well. If you want to place yourself around other like-minded professionals, then this is the place to do it. All right, last couple minutes here. I got 7 more minutes before our next host. Can I drop my socials? My socials are right here. Here's my socials right here. Instagram, Discord, YouTube, the whole nine. Right here. Ash Trades. So we got another 6 minutes before the next host. Let's throw a couple more questions and comments in chat. If you want to go over anything to do with trading, doesn't matter what the question is, we can go over anything related to trading. Feel free to throw any questions or comments, any type of information in chat, and we will go over them for the last couple minutes before Tom joins us. Happy Friday once again. Very excited for the weekend. Perfect time to touch some grass, reset, recharge, refocus. That way we can come back next week ready to conduct our business. How much would you want to risk on a 50K account with a max drawdown of 2K? There's multiple different ways of answering that question. The first is your risk tolerance, right? Is there a certain dollar amount that makes you feel some sort of way, right? If you're risking too much where you're going to have intrusive thoughts, you're not going to be able to control your mental abilities, you're not going to control your emotional abilities, that's the first answer. You need to know what you're capable of controlling mentally and emotionally. And that's a personal decision. Your risk tolerance is going to be different than my risk tolerance. So first, understand thyself. Look inward to get that answer. The second question is in terms of your data. Okay? For example, if you've collected a year's worth of data and you see that your worst losing streak was a 6-loss streak or a 7-loss streak, then in my opinion, you should give yourself enough room to endure that losing streak, right? So if you have 2K worth of drawdown, if you were to risk $200 per trade, that means you have at least 10 attempts. You have to get it wrong 10 times in a row at the start to fail that challenge. Where you know that your worst losing streak was 7 in a row, that means you shouldn't hit your drawdown. So divide your drawdown by 10 then, right? So the two answers to that question is 1, your own personal risk tolerance is how you should decide how much to risk. And then the second answer is that you have to look at your data. Everything comes back to being data-driven. If your results show that your worst losing streak was 6 in a row or 7 in a row, then make sure you give yourself at least 10 attempts. Very good question. Very good question. What's grass? It's the green stuff that's on the floor outside. Go outside, touch some grass, get some fresh air. No, I know that was a joke. I'm just happy it's Friday. Ash, how did you get into trading? So during college, I worked a full-time job. That full-time job had benefits. One of those benefits was a 401k. So when I saw my paychecks and I was like, hey, where's this money going? Why is there hundreds of dollars coming out of my paycheck and not into my bank account? That's when I started learning about the 401k, started learning about investing, started learning where my money was going. And once I started learning about the market, that's what got me into trading. So it was from me getting a full-time job while I was in college and starting a 401k. That's what started my interest. That's what got me to look at the market. Hi, Ash. When you see a divergence between NQ and ES, do you go and trade the equity with the divergence? You want to long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. So take a look at the hourly lows here. Notice how ES made a higher low. At the same exact time, NQ made a lower low. That's what a divergence is. When two correlated assets are doing something different at the same exact time. ES is the stronger pair because it made the higher low. So this is the pair you'd want to trade. You want to long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. Very good question. All right, so that is it for my segment. Happy Friday. I hope everybody enjoys the weekend. Once again, if you are green, in my opinion, it's time to stay green. Touch some grass, do something good for the soul. Watch Tom's segment, gain some more value. Just make sure that you understand that it's the last day of the week. Make sure your risk is managed. Stick around for Tom's segment, and let's welcome Tom onto the stage.
Hey, Ash, welcome. Good to see you again. And again, lots of valuable information, I must say. So, by the way, I hope that you're happy it's Friday. We can all recharge, right? So,
I am very happy it's Friday.
Oh,
How is your
me
Friday
too.
going so far? Any positions?
well, yeah, in a small green, but most likely somewhere around break even. Definitely an interesting area to trade. So, I can't wait for the weekend, I must say. But anyway, I'm super happy to be here to continue our yesterday's topics, and I really enjoyed your segment as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'll pass it on over to you. Happy Friday, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. I wish you the same as well. See you next week.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, everybody. We're here. Welcome. Good to be back. Hello, chat. Hope everybody's having an awesome Friday. Getting ready for the weekend. Celebrating, drinking, eating, everything. Recharging. Green, welcome. Insane. Hello. Roman Arts, thanks again for the picture yesterday. That was awesome. Pedro, welcome. Extraordinaire. Hello. Good to see everybody. All right. I just picked up some random names there. Babish, hello. Don't know when. Good to see you again. Asel, hey, I did not forget the email there. I know Asel was looking for some advice on risk management. Super busy day for me today, but in a positive way. Oh my gosh, where should I begin? A little bit of a technical stuff. All right. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. Some technical stuff, and we're going to go over some levels, and I have some real good topics as well. We're going to continue with that risk management breakdown throughout the week, okay? So what really happened today? What really happened? The London session, first of all, I'm not going to go through anything because we had the London stream at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. Nothing happened, by the way. No trades. I haven't taken any trade on this London session. We are so close to that 800 level. I was just scared to jump into a long position. There was no specific zone that I really liked during between 2 and 5 a.m. So the London session, we were just talking through it, and no trade. Absolutely no trade. I was anticipating some kind of a market structure to the downside, but we still didn't take anything. And so in this session, hold on a second. Let me just check something. Okay, so in this session, after the market open, I was like, okay, maybe we should go down there because there's a 5-minute demand zone. I was pretty much onto the idea that after the 9:30 open, we could be tagging that level. So I jumped into a scalp position. And as you can see, it didn't really work out well. So I got stopped out. That was my only trade on the stream. And after that, I was just watching on the sidelines. Actually, not the only trade, sorry. I was just watching on the sidelines as we approached the 800. And then shortly before 11 a.m., I was like, maybe we should jump into a short position. So that short position was actually in a drawdown already. I think my entry was somewhere around, where was it? Somewhere around 780 something. Anyway, I just closed it out. So I was holding a short position was kind of hovering. No, sorry, it here was the entry 772. So I just closed it out, and now I'm totally flat, no positions. I'm not looking to take anything. It feels like it just wants to pop that 867, which is all-time high on the new contract. I got a few questions today in the London stream, like, where is this level? What am I looking at? Well, on the September contract, it's 867. I mean, we have an all-time high there. But anyway, as we were checking ES, and ES is still doing as it what it should do. ES is just pushing higher for new all-time highs, and until it's doing it, NQ is still riding shotgun, and it's just gonna go straight up. So it was a low probability trade, and obviously a low risk. I was risking about $150 ish on my funded account, and I was like, no, it's just gonna go higher. So are we gonna reach that 867? It's in the cards. NQ can do it if it wants to on a Friday PM session rally. It can do it, but who knows? Anyway, I'm not going to dive too much into these technicals because we're at all-time high already almost, and it's just difficult to say anything. Question here from Mr. Smith. How would you know if you are better at just investing versus trading? Tough question. I was never really into, I mean, I do have, I had some investments throughout the years, and investing is a totally different thing, absolutely different. Like, if I think about investing, I have to think about real long term, like not just a month or two. At least if I want to look into anything investing related, it can be like a real estate. It doesn't need to be, for example, stocks. But I'm looking anywhere in between 2 to 5 years. So I'm not even looking at few months. Like, it has to be at least around 2 to 5 years. So I don't think it's that much comparable with like day trading, right? I think obviously you have to know what you're buying if we're talking about stock market. But I was never really buying. Like, I was buying some stocks like 10 years ago in my country, from some Hungarian companies, but not too much profit. And so anyway, that's a different thing. So I think it's a different thing. Cannot really compare. But as for Friday, as we're approaching the lunch hour, and slowly going for those all-time highs and looking to make some new history here, it's just one of those red flags. And we talked about the emotional edge that we could be having at times like this. Like, one of those red flags when even if you want to enter a trade, that you have to size down your position, right? So that's first. And second of all, and maybe first of all, it's Friday. And as we go into the Friday PM session, and we're going to break down the whole week, that it's something you should not mess up, especially if you're sitting in profits. If you're already in drawdown, well, it depends. What is your daily loss limit? Not just what the daily loss limit is on a starter account, but how much are you in a drawdown, or throughout the week, or throughout the month. So we're just going to start from Monday, and we're going to go through until Friday, like what could be done in my personal perspective throughout the month. So just a second. So lunch hour, right? Statistically speaking, the lowest probability trades. And even if you want to do something, definitely have to size down. I would say when we start out the week, like on a Monday is also similar to a Friday, right? Because if you're starting fresh, for example, with a fresh evaluation account, or with a fresh funded account. Obviously, if you start your Monday really bad, then maybe the rest of the week until Friday is just going to be like how to dig ourselves out of the hole, right? That's what is going to happen. So when I mess up my Monday, I already know that I'm going to have a difficult week, at least until Wednesday or Thursday, because technically, if you're already down, like for example, on a 50K funded account, you're down like $1,000 on your Monday, then it could be, I mean, false expectations can come into picture, and you might be saying that no problem, I'm going to get it back on Tuesday. And I think that is something that builds up another bad habit, that you just want to get out from that hole in the same session, or at least the next day, which is going to make it super difficult, right? So with that, I just want to say that if you're looking at a Monday, start also small size. I'm not saying don't trade on Monday, because I saw somewhere that, for example, ICT traders don't trade on Monday, don't trade on Tuesday because we have to wait for the high of the week or the low of the week, and then don't trade on Wednesday because it's red folder news, and don't trade on Tuesday because we have to wait for, I don't know, liquidity or whatever sweep, and then don't trade on Friday because it's Friday. So it's not like that. I would say definitely size down. And however you are finishing up your Monday, obviously by keeping yourself below that daily loss limit, your mental loss limit. If you're in profit, that's good. But you saw that tweet too, right? I think I retweeted it the other week. I saw that too. I was like, yeah, it's exactly like this. Like ICT has an excuse to not do. Sorry, not because I'm against ICT. I learned a lot from ICT, but he has an excuse not to trade for every single day, right? Really, there's always like, we're not trading now. Tomorrow we're not trading because, you know, there's always something. So, but I would say definitely tone it down on a Monday. All right. I think the highest probability days for price action, and again, this is just my personal opinion. R7, hello. Ashes Matchel, he is. So I would say highest probability setups could occur anywhere between Tuesday until Thursday. For me, Monday and Friday, I mean, not saying like no trade days, but definitely have to be more careful, at least on a Friday with risk management. All right. So the highest probability setups, I think, from Tuesday until Thursday. And the top of the week, like in price action, is obviously those days, including most likely like those Wednesday-ish when there is like an 8:30 news release. Let it be just an NFP. I'm sorry, not NFP because that's on Friday, but it could be a CPI or it could be anything heavy news hitting the market. Obviously, you have to wait until the dust settles. Yeah, we always say like don't trade the news, but I still say that don't trade the news. Wait for the market to do its thing, sweep everything, and then wait for the next hour. For example, wait for the 10 a.m. session, the silver bullet hour, you know, or 11, or the PM session to see what the algorithm is going to do, or how the market is going to behave after that. Usually when there is a very heavy news hitting the market, even after the 9:30 open, I think you should definitely wait at least somewhere around the 10 a.m. hour. Okay. I'm not saying definitely do not open a position before that, but you have to wait until the dust settles. I would more so say that ICT is usually providing generalized rules for people who don't have the experience to develop their own. Yeah, that's true, Tyler. I agree. The way you said this, I think that's a good point of view, and thanks for sharing that. So, hey, Shenanigan. So, if you're starting out on a Monday with low risk, you can be, of course, ending your day in a drawdown or in profit. And I'm just talking about, for example, one account, not multiple accounts right now, with one account. All right. the normal risk taking should be on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And so if you are in your end, you're at, when you're finishing your week on a Thursday, I mean, not finishing your week, but at Thursday evening, you should know, if you look back, how was your week so far? Are you in a profit? Are you in some sort of a drawdown? What are your chances to recover on a Friday? Again, another false expectations that you might want to put everything on the line, just all in, and make everything back on a Friday. It's just not going to happen. We talked about this yesterday. And so this is why Fridays used to be a little bit more difficult emotionally, even for the more experienced traders, like especially if you're ending up your week in a bit of a drawdown. It could be just a slight drawdown. Or if you're really in a drawdown, then definitely don't expect anything on a Friday, especially not in a PM session. So whatever was your plan is, or your plan for the week, you should already know by now until this time that should you be risking more or not. If you're ending the week on a positive note, and what is that profit, right? You might be asking, okay, but how much is that good profit that I should be ending the week? I don't know. It depending on you, what you're looking for. Are you looking to make a few $100s per week on your funded account? And I'm just sticking with the example on a 50K funded account, all right? If you're looking to make a few $100s on your funded account on a week, and it's Friday lunch hour, then I would say you're cool, you're done. You should not be doing anything more, and not even maybe on an evaluation account. You want to finish up the week on a positive experience, on a positive vibe. It's going to be very important, because that's what you're going to carry throughout your weekend, and it's very important that you recharge like properly emotionally for the Monday, for the fresh Monday, right? But anyway, as I was saying, so if you're already up a few $100s on a 50K account on a Friday, and it's good for you, and that is something you were looking for, obviously don't push the button on a Friday, right? If you're in a few $100s of drawdown on the same account throughout the week, and that's how you finished up, first of all, congratulations. Really, it's not something like, why would I it's congratulations if you traded from Monday until Thursday, even on Friday morning, on your 50K funded account, just as an example. Or it could be 150K, doesn't really matter. If you're ending up the week on your funded account with a few $100s of drawdown, and you traded every day, and you ended up with a few $100s of loss, congratulations. That's actually a positive thing. You managed to keep your account. You went into the market. You traded. You were risking your capital, maybe your profit. And now it's Friday. Yes, you're in the drawdown. You have to look at all the positive note from the week that's behind you. Like, you were trading every day, and you can still leave on a Friday with a relatively small drawdown, and you can restart fresh. I think that's a perfect example when you need to look back on your results and do some journaling and ask the same question I always say and keep repeating. Ask the same question at the end of the day, like, was your analysis correct? And I'm going to repeat the next thing again, which I was repeating throughout the week. Do your pre-analysis before you sit down, before you pull the trigger. Okay. It takes you a few minutes. Doing your pre-analysis before you pull the trigger, that's a must. That is crucial. That is something you just cannot look over. Hey, thank you so much, R7. Hey, Pigeon, good to see you back. So that is a must. If you're just sitting down, and that's also like, if you're not doing your pre-analysis whenever you start to trade, you're basically shooting yourself in the leg, because that's like going without any kind of guidance or plan in the market. And that has to be a routine. That has to be a standard routine through your trading journey, right? Your foot, yeah. In the foot, sorry. Sometimes it's hard to express. I was learning English. I'm still learning. I'm always extending my vocabulary properly. Kobe, Friday 3 times cook yourself. And it's a good sign to maybe step back a little bit, Kobe, I think. If you already cook yourself on a Friday 3 times, then please just step back. Just step back. That's all you need to do. So yeah. So you should have some kind of a sticky note or something on your desk or on your laptop, whatever, that do your analysis before pushing the button. It's just not going to work without that. I knew some people in person as well, and we had the Discord server as well. Not currently, but that's a different thing. That I knew some people were just going into the market like, okay, it's market open, let's see. Oh, it's going down, let's push the sell button. I was, what? That's not the way. That's not something you should do. My English is fantastic. Thank you so much. Fictional Cara. Thank you. So that's something you really shouldn't do. I still know a guy who is like, he's trying to, he's still on the journey to get to the first payouts. And I always argue with him on the phone because he calls me on the phone like, hey man, what do you see today? What kind of levels? He's from my country and he knows my phone, he knows my number, and he calls me like, hey man, do you see some numbers? Do you see some levels that I can go for? What do you think about the what should I do? Because I think it's just going to go down here, so I'm just going to keep on, I'm just going to buy here. And I'm like, man, you're doing this since a few months now at least, and you still don't have your levels or your analysis done properly. I mean, I have no problem if he calls me and I tell him what I think, but you have to do it yourself. That's why at the end of the day you have to ask yourself, was my analysis correct? And once you get more and more yes answers, then that's when okay, you just have to refine your risk management. Thunderbird, why don't you trade expert accounts? I will. First of all, I will. Second of all, my risk management style is like, I'm trading most likely with micros, and I'm kind of rotating my accounts. Not really copy trading my funded accounts that much. Sometimes I copy trade maybe 2 funded accounts. And so I'm usually like, how should I put this? I'm usually aiming to get $1,000 or $2,000 from each of my funded accounts. Now, obviously, I never made a secret. I trade with other prop firms too, but I'm trying to rotate these accounts. And so when I can take $1,000 here and there, I just take it out. And I always achieve that by trading micros. And I never made a secret about this. So it's easier for me to manage risk. But the real answer is, yeah, so I'm going for micros. And the expert account is something I'm still looking for. And I was trading expert account before, but when I went with the expert account, I realized that I wasn't really risking all that much to go for those home runs. Like I love the expert account mostly because there is no consistency rule. And obviously, if you want to put more in risk into the account, then that's what you need to go with. That's not even a question. If you like to risk more, and if you want to hold up for the home runs, you want to go for those real big moves, that's not a question that you need to choose the expert account. That's why the least amount of rules is there and the more freedom you get. Now, when I went with the expert account, I realized that I was still trading very small. Like I was looking for small base hits because that's how I learned to trade, and that's since ever. I mean, for the last 12 months in the past year, all my funded accounts, I was looking for the same exact like turtle, yeah, risk management. That's why I can call it turtle risk management. Building up the account with a few micros, going for $1,000 here, $2,000 there, taking those payouts. And so I realized that, okay, expert account is awesome, but I'm not going to risk a trade with like 5 minis or 10 minis or even more on a bigger account, of course, because I'm just going for the small base hits. So I realized, okay, I think I'm cool on the starter accounts or the starter plus. And that's the reason. But again, let me just say that the expert account, you're definitely getting the most freedom you can get. So you're on your way with an expert account. Nice. Congratulations. Pass the buffer. Awesome. Should be lower. It's already, the expert account may not be the cheapest one in the market, but as I said, we talked about this, I think, last week. The thing is that all the background that you get for that account, so it's a high standard. Like what MyFundedFutures gives you with an expert account is pretty much a high standard deal. Like support, definitely highest standard support, the rules, the payout policies, the payout, everything. Like I'm not gonna say, of course, any other names, but just you know what you pay for really in the expert account. And this just came into my mind. With the expert account, you actually pay for the thing you will that you will know that you're gonna get paid out. That's what you pay for. That you'll know already that you don't have to worry about getting paid or getting to worry about the technical issues, because MyFundedFutures is handling everything for you. And so instead, if you're like choosing a brand new prop firm, there's too much risk. There's too much risk involved there. So why would you do that? And I tried new prop firms last year and this year too. And you know what? That huge question mark that kind of disturbs me, even when I'm taking a risk and I'm trying to nourish my account. So when I build up an account, it takes me weeks and weeks and months of work on one single account. And the more I go into an account, for example, with the brand new prop firm, the more frustrating it gets, because I saw many people in the past 1 or 2 years getting like rug pulled, or I don't even want to go into that story. Like, oh my gosh, do you really need to? I don't want to get that feeling. So I rather pay for an exceptional service, and I rather go even with the pricier account if it depends on that. But I want to be sure that I can focus on the trade. I can focus only on the risk manager. I don't have to worry about I'm getting paid or not. That's why MyFundedFutures has put on the high standards. And I'm really seems like, oh, I'm just talking too much. No, it's the truth. That's why MyFundedFutures put this on the high standard. And I do think that the support and the background that they give, that's what you really pay for, not just the rules itself with an expert account. So every aspect, exactly, Abhishek. So in every aspect, the expert account is basically, you want to buy a no-name cola, or you want to buy the real Coca-Cola? That's the question. I want to buy the real thing, and that's why the expert accounts are good, because of all the small details. No, sorry. No, not that. And by the way, just stick around, on the stream, because there may be, who knows when, but there may be some code, at least one code. Stick around, all right? It's going to happen. And the fastest payout, of course. I think in my country, we have a cola which called Freeway Cola. Freeway Cola, I think it costs like, it's the cheapest cola. It's like, how much it, 2 liters costs like 50 cents on the dollar, you know, while a Coke is around, Coca-Cola is like, I would say around $2 per bottle. So I would rather pay 4 times that money, you know, just to have the real deal. Just saying. All right. George, I got your payout yesterday within 30 minutes. Congratulations, George. That's awesome. We love to hear payouts. That's cool. Exactly. Ain't nothing like the real thing. So that's why MyFundedFutures is the real thing. And again, let me just repeat that. My main reason, amongst many, but my main reason to be with MyFundedFutures is that I don't have to worry about anything. Really, that's the best. I don't have to worry about anything with MyFundedFutures. I just have to focus on trading, and I don't have to worry about the rest because everything has been handled professionally, right? And I would be a little bit nervous with some new prop firms around the block because nowadays there's a new one every 2 weeks. So I don't really care about that anymore. We just have to stick with the best ones and the best one. So yeah, free account. Everybody wants the free stuff. No, I can tell you for now, I'm also, so stick around, you know, watch the stream. There might gonna be, of course, a code drop. So just get ready. Who knows when it's gonna be? You never know. How much did I make today? Let me just see. 200. I made about $700 on funded accounts. 700. I made, actually, let me just check. On one of my MyFundedFutures accounts, I made today $241 today. And the other funded account, I didn't trade, only just one funded. I'm still working on my third account. I'm trying to get the valuation account to being funded. And so far, so good. And yeah, so I'm okay with making $241. One of the account is up $2,166, and the other MyFundedFutures funded account is up almost $2,700, but I took a payout already from that. So I told you guys I would love to share the live payout on next week. Okay, I need to build up a little bit more buffer on the accounts. I hope I can make it there as soon as possible, and we're gonna get some live payouts. All right, we're gonna do it live on stream. I'm getting the edge for my TP at that high. Yeah, I mean, and look at this. This is just definitely a no trade zone for me. I don't want to be there. Let's go. So if I can make it, make those payouts next week, then that's going to be $3,600 in payouts in under 30 days with just going with micros, small size. I mean, and then 2 accounts, of course. I know that's 2 accounts, but I think I can make more, actually. You're retiring from your job in 26 and coming to visit Roman Arts. You need to come. You need to be here. I love to eat, so I have some good places for you to eat. Hey, yeah, this is a chop. Yeah, this is a chop. Definitely be careful. I don't want to go long here. Even if it goes to 867, I don't care about it. The only reason I would take a trade maybe if this one would start to go down super fast, like waterfall down below the 760s, and then who knows. Otherwise, I don't really care. It's a super chop, and that's why you really need to be careful on this Friday. So, but anyway, what's ES doing, by the way? Let's check on a quick check on ES. Oh yeah, it's pushing. It's pushing. It's looking for all-time high, I think. It definitely looking for all-time high. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to the 5-minute chart and we'll see. I'm looking for a waterfall here. Have it ever happened to you that you forgot how to trade or see your setups all of a sudden? Yes, it happened. And thank you again for this very good question, because that is also something that I think happens to a lot of traders. Like, it's mostly because you overcomplicate things. So when I look back, the problem when I stop seeing, oh my gosh, I'm seeing something on the screen. Is this correct? Oh yes. Everybody, act super fast. I'm starting to see something anyway. So, so everybody, the code. All right. So, good luck, everybody. Let's go. Hey, Bashi, good to see you too. Congratulations for those of you who already got it. Gotta act fast, gotta act fast. Let's go. Got it. Congratulations. Yeah, I think it comes because of analysis paralysis. So when you keep seeing everything on the chart, you overcomplicate things. So that's when I stopped actually watching too much ICT concepts. Because I knew what am I looking for, and just a second. So I knew what was I looking for, but still, all the new concepts I was like, man, it's like a little bit too much. I was starting to second guess myself when I saw an opposite setup with a propulsion block or an order block or the first fair value gap scenario. I was like, what is happening here? And so I was like, okay, I need to pile this down to like 1 or 2 simple steps. So that's why I stuck with the simple 2022 entry model, and then just looking for those zones as targets. And so if you overcomplicate, if you hear something new, something fancy on social media, on trading, that's when you start to implement that into your trading, which is somewhat a good thing. But if you overcomplicate that, your setups maybe become somewhat blurry. You stop to really focus on the real thing, and everything's going to be a little bit more difficult. And then you might going to second guess yourself, and then you might going to do some revenge trading or going full tilt and all that such. So it kind of happens. Pigeon, you got your payout today, and now I don't see anything in the chart. Well, because there's nothing to see on the chart, at least not from my point of view. All of a sudden, I'm planning to read journal and old videos, but is there anything I should do? No, Pigeon, you're okay. First of all, congratulations. And second of all, specifically today, there is not much to look for. It's a difficult area because we're at all-time highs, and it just makes everything difficult. I don't see any level that I would go for, because we're so close to that historical high. And I closed down my second short here with a small loss earlier when I got here to the stream, and I just don't want to give anything back to the market. I'm in a fairly good green today on my fundeds. I don't really want to give back anything. even if I would like to anticipate a level down here, which I think there is one level, there is a zone that I think it's kind of looks okay. And maybe I could take a short position on this one. I know from collecting all that information from backtesting that I should not be entering a trade during the lunch hour. So I'm just not going to do it. It has to be a very strong move to even consider to enter that trade. So that's just another extra confirmation that you might add to your risk management. Hey, thank you so much, Andres. Thank you. That's awesome to hear. Thank you. So, congratulations, by the way. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, on this Friday and on every Friday, you have to ask yourself, like, do you really want to push it? Do you really think that it's worth to do so? If you're in profit throughout the week, then the best would be to save those profits and don't give anything back to the market. And again, if you're in drawdown, then yeah, miracles can happen, but it's very high. It's highly unlikely that on a Friday PM session, it's a good idea. I mean, you put everything on one trade and you're gonna make it back. It's just not gonna happen. It's better to focus on next week. You know, it's just better to do so. And if you guys have, by the way, questions about this or strategy wise or risk management wise, I'd be happy to answer. I got some questions earlier in my stream, which I would gladly answer as well. Let me just check. Okay. So I got these questions. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, I had this question like earlier. I think it was an excellent question. What separates a beginning trader from a developing trader? And you might ask yourself the same question, like, how would you know that you're gaining more experience in your trading and you're getting better and better, right? Now, I would say that it starts with the habits, right? So do you have a game plan, not just the game plan, but the daily routines as a trader? Like I was saying, when you get to your charts, do you have a daily routine that you do? Like you do your analysis, you already developed some kind of a skill to look for those levels that you're really anticipating price to move to. Do you have some kind of an entry model that you already collected data and you know that it's working? So, and if you do, like, are you following your rules? How much or how often or how less you go to a tilt session? Do you do your analysis before you trade? Do you have an emotional edge? Do you know which time of the day when not to trade? If you have those things like some kind of a reflex, like a muscle memory, when I just said, like, I'm not going to pull the trigger in the lunch hour. And if you have these things lined up, then you can at least assure yourself that you're not just a brand new beginning trader, but you're somewhat developing your own strategy or your own skill. Okay. And I had another one about this. Hold on. This one. Yeah, there was a I wanted to ask a question from you guys. I just wrote this to myself. Like, what was the rule or habit? And I'm quite curious about what you guys might say that actually helped you to avoid like 80% of your bad trades. Like maybe you're already on a path to be profitable. If you look back, I'm just curious, what was that bad habit or rule that you avoided and helped you to become better, helped you to maintain your evaluation or funded account better? If you know something like that, you can answer in the chat if there was something, because I think that could be interesting for everybody. Over trading and sticking to one module. Okay. Nice. Only take better setups and have a daily loss limit every day. That is very good also. Pigeon, thank you. And trading with Chenzo, thank you. That's also a very good answer. Yeah, discipline, which I'm still struggling with. The urge to just push the button. So changing the bias in the middle of the trade. Yeah, so Roman arts, that's also very important. Like if you're having patience and wait, patience, yeah, the more control over trading and waiting for an entry. Exactly. I love these answers, by the way. I love these answers, and I would like to exactly risk management. Put my stop in profit helped a ton. That's nice, CJ. Okay. You're definitely, you were like decreasing your risk a lot, so that's good. Working on avoiding trading when sentiment changes from bull to bear has been the hardest. Oh yeah, Mr. Smith, I like that too. There's one or two answers there that I like to get back to because I think these are awesome things. Only trade on your setup no matter what. Oh, I love that. Novop, thank you. That's also cool. That's very only trade on your own setup. I love that. Not doing it, but challenge for next week. Gonna focus on specific time. Yeah. I figured I had. Stop profit is like it all for me. Yeah, don't smoke weed. Exactly. So so I would like to get back to Roman arts there. So changing the bias in the middle of the trade. For me, that was a big game changer. And I think you guys should look into that too. I still make the same mistakes sometimes. So I look for a level, and I was, for example, in a short position here earlier, somewhere around here. I was in a short position, and then all of a sudden it just got higher, and yeah, I closed my position. I could have, that's the point, as Ash said last time, this is when the market makes you or breaks you, when it goes against you. And you know, what I did earlier and last year sometimes is when, you know, I saw this happening, I started to second question myself, like, oh my God, I think the bias is wrong. I think it's just not gonna, you know, it's bullish. I'm just going to, it's already up here. I'm just going to jump into a long position. No problem. Let's go long because we're going to go up there. And then all of a sudden, the price just goes to the opposite direction. And you're already messed up. Your mind is already, you already broke the rules. Everything is messed up. You second guessed yourself. It's just not a good deal. Like when I stopped doing this, it's very important also in trading in the zone from Mark Douglas. And Ash already talked about this with you guys. If you take your position, you made peace with the outcome. That is it. That's all. You're not going to jump into a long position here because, oh, you know what? Let's just go. No, that's when the market is going to humble everybody. Really. Okay, no problem. Just go up there because, and still you're looking for a zone down there, and then forget about that. Today is Friday. It could be just a London session, whatever session is that you're in. You're looking for a specific zone because you did your analysis. All of a sudden, it goes against you, and you just cannot accept the fact of the loss, and you're just going to go into the opposite way. Now, this was the thing in my end that caused me the biggest trouble on all of my funded accounts when I was on tilt and I started to do stupid things. This exact scenario. My bias was short. Yes, it took my stop loss. For example, my stop loss was, let's just put it here. My stop loss was here, okay? And I was like, no, market, I'm going to show you. So let's just jump into a buy because now I know you're going higher. And the market just says, let's just not do that. Let's just go the opposite way, and that is when you definitely destroy everything that you built up throughout the days and weeks. Because, yeah, take that stop loss. Be happy about it. You have to accept it that, all right, I had my game plan. Actually, this was a valid trade on the 5-minute, just saying. So look at that. There's a 5-minute fair value gap. Okay, let me delete this here. There was a nice 5-minute fair value gap. I see 2022 model. Yay. Everything is cool. And we just jumped into a short. Everything is valid. But the market, the market said, no, thank you. Let's just take you out, and then maybe we will go there. You did everything right here. So here, you did everything perfectly. Did it work out? No. Who cares? You know your edge. It played out just as it should. It took a stop. Oh, no. Big deal. Next time it's going to work out. But this area here, this is the huge mistake. And although I don't have a daily bias, and my bias is usually changing, but when I don't see a target, and I don't see a target up there, yes, I outlined that we have 867 up there, but I just don't care about that level. I don't care. I couldn't care less about 867, even if it pops up there with 200 points and just, destroys my monitor. I don't care. I couldn't care less. My original analysis was this. The market presented me the game plan. I executed. Yeah, I took a stop loss. Cool. Let's move on next week. But this here, the second scenario, this is when the market is going to break you. If you don't have a game plan or a proper bias. So yes, the bias could be changing. So just like Roman said, changing your bias during the trade. I think the best thing you can do is accept your loss. Losses are inevitable. You're not going to have perfect weeks and perfect months and perfect days. And you just have to move on. So you lost a few $100 here. Okay, big deal. Move to the next one. And that's why it's so crucial and so important, not just pre-analysis, but to have a game plan. Okay. It could be different kind of strategies. It's up to you. And not just the game plan. Collecting information, just like Ash said, collecting all the data and the information. So, you are a pattern trader. Yeah, I guess we can say that. Who knows? Yeah, I'm looking for a certain pattern. Exactly. But, no problem about that. MSG UFO, hello. Full port to all-time high, launch hour. Well, it's up to you, obviously. It's up to you. But so for me, this was a game changer in some way. When I was like, okay, and a very bad habit, and I'm very happy that I left this behind somewhat, not 100%, but like 80%, I left this behind. So when it took me out, I jumped into an opposite direction. And when I stopped doing that, everything started to be much, much, much better. Much better. So, and I know it's hard. This is the point here when it's like extremely hard to accept the loss, especially when it goes against you. I mean, when it goes into your original target, not against you, because if you did everything right and you still got taken out with a stop and you start to see that the market goes into your original target, and that's when the FOMO is kicking in, right? The FOMO is kicking in and it's super hard to deal with. I know. And so many times, oh my gosh, if I could just, have some kind of a number, but I cannot even say how many times it happened to me. Like it took me out and then goes to my original target. Even when I used like wider stop losses, and everybody's done that. Exactly. Everybody's been there. And this is very hard. So first of all, you have to go through two emotional hardships, like one here, and the market is going to give you a bit of an extra FOMO here when it goes to your original target. And it's very hard. And that is why it's so important to have an edge. Yes, it took you out, but you have to accept it and move on. If you jump in again here, you're breaking the rules because you still don't know what's going to happen. It can just pop higher 100 points. And you should never feel sorry or being in a FOMO state because you didn't jump in to the trade. That's a huge mistake to chase it again. Yes, you can give sometimes a second chance to the trade, but that's a different risk management style, in my opinion. So I would say that, I would say don't do it. Don't chase it. All right. And just stick with one setup. That's something. Obviously, you can use two setups. I talked about this as well, like last week. If you're using like more than one entry setup, that's basically like if you use two kind of game plans because you already collected data. It can be possible. You can use two different setups or three different setups, but in my opinion, there could be contradicting signals between the two entry models or even three entry models, of course. There could be contradicting entry models, and then you even more overcomplicating the whole system, everything. You're going to be an analysis paralysis. And even if you take both the setups because they're showing you the same direction and you just say, okay, both of these setups are looking in the same direction, I'm just going to take them because it's cool. And basically you're doubling your risk, even if you just have one trade at a time. You enter on a 2022 entry model here and, let's take it. And then you see an order block and you just enter again. That's a different game plan. That's a different edge. You're basically doubling the risk. So I would say that if you're using two different kind of entry setups, then you have to decrease your risk. So, if you were risking like $200 or $300 on one entry model, then with two entry model, you just have to go like $100 or $150 per trade. That's the only way to survive. Obviously, the two entry models, if those have an edge, should be smoothing each other out in the long run. But I would, looking for two different type of entry models, in my opinion, would be like if I would be focusing on two markets at the same time, which sometimes I do because sometimes I pick up trades on gold. But it's the same thing. I said this before. If you're focusing on two markets, in my personal opinion, it can be done. And I know a lot of people are making money with it. That is super awesome. And I just say that if you're focusing on more than one market per session, you're just also doubling your risk. That's a double risk. Imagine you have two entry models and you're focusing on two markets at the same time. You're basically quadrupling your risk, right? And you're going to be having so many entries at some point and contradicting signals, you won't know what to do. Like, oh my God, should I enter to a gold here? But I see a signal on NQ. Yeah, but that's an order block. Oh, but that's a trend line break. What should I do? And you take everything and then you just mess up everything. Okay. But, that's just my idea. But I know everybody's waiting for Matt. I know. Matt is here, I think. He will be soon here. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh my gosh, time flies. I would like to thank everybody. This week was super great, super awesome. I really enjoyed it. And the questions were awesome. Naomi, good to see you. So I'll be back next week as well. And really, I must say that the vibes here at MyFunded TV are super positive. And I wish everybody an awesome weekend. Recharge, rest up, eat some good food. Go, not party too much, but, spend some real valuable time with your spouse, your family, or whatever. Just recharge, recharge, because you need the positive vibes for next week. If you ended up the week in a positive note, in profit, you know what to do. Touch some grass, If you're in a drawdown, touch some grass. And maybe if you want to fool around, use an evaluation account. And the man is here. Hey, Matt.
Great advice, Tom. He's exactly right. Time to touch some grass. If you've done good this week, you killed it in this bull market, it's a good time to get out there and celebrate and touch some grass.
Exactly. Well, everybody, thanks again. And Matt is here. Listen to him. He has super awesome advice for you guys. And what can I say? Matt, take it away. Thank you so much. And have an awesome segment.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you, man.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Welcome to the afternoon segment, Lunch Money with Matt, you guys. I had what a crazy fun killer day today. Again, right out the door. I took that long. I'm up about like $3,000 for the day. It's not like can't complain. It's money I didn't have before the day started, so I'm happy there. Man, this has been great. I've taken the same setup 4 days in a row. No, 5 days in a row. And 4 of the 5 days, it has worked. And one of the 5 days it hasn't. So basically, I'm longing right out the door. This white box on my screen is where the SPY and QQQ, so this is what we call a redistribution zone. We opened the equity session here. We closed it here on yesterday's close. And every day we've gapped up. Every day I've longed at the open, and every day I've made some profit. The reason I'm longing at the open is because we've gapped up, and my liquidity maps you can see really quick. I'll go over here. Go to the equity side, SPY. I can see my little cheat sheet off to the right. This actually gives me where the flow is and possible trade setup. So my algo just gives me my setups right here on the side. I look for it. This black dot is the open. So basically it states if we long on a gap up situation, I long on the gap and go every single time, as long as I have my confluence, which means as long as this little white line underneath the chart is greater than 0, which it is, I jump in on the long. 4 out of 5 times this week, I've taken the same trade. You guys saw me earlier in the week. I had a major wins. I had a 15K day almost yesterday. I had a 10K day 2 days ago. It's been really good just long in this bull market. I'm not trying to fade it, not trying to bear it, just trying to kind of like ride what is. And it's been very profitable for me at least. The signals are pretty strong. We have not had any kind of warning signs to this market. We broke through all-time highs today on SPY, which is kind of neat to see. We broke all-time highs in futures earlier this week. Very cool. I'm going to load up something really interesting, though. This is just to take note of some possible issues coming forward. Monthly Maps, which is our tool that forecasts 3 months into the future, looking at the options landscape, is showing a potential wave down. Not saying that we're going to sell off, but this is something that's kind of alarming. When you see your bull zone sort of sloping up like this, this usually means there's possible sell-off wave coming. And usually when you have fewer and fewer calls that are in the money right up here at the top, this, a lot of times what this actually does look like is a consolidation and a wave down just like this before it continues to go. So I'm looking for next week or the week after to possibly provide good supports to buy off of for continuing bull market. I'm not necessarily looking for this to be green that goes straight up. We still have trade war stuff. We just passed that psychological barrier of all-time highs. So it does make sense that there is some structure to possibly ward off some psychological selling. But like I say, I don't go in there and try to, bet against the bull market. I never try to guess a high. That's a fool's errand. I always try to figure out when markets are rallying, how do I get on this? So today, apart from my initial wave up, I did long into the Michigan numbers, and then I closed out before the news came out, which was here. So essentially, I took the long at the open, closed out my trade, then I'm just waiting. I've done nothing else throughout the rest of this day. Do you ever trade the US 30, the Dow Jones? Usually don't. I'm more like trading the market cap weighted indexes. Like I like trading S&P mostly, or NASDAQ. That's really what I only trade. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How much dishwashing detergent should you use? Okay, let me explain something to you. Soap is a scam. You want to go on that tangent? Soap is a scam. They make you use 10 times the amount of soap you need. I went to engineering school. Behind the balloons. If you guys weren't here yesterday, we had for the first time ever 1,000 concurrent viewers in my personal stream. So that's what the balloons are for. We had 1,000 viewers again today, which is kind of nice. But behind the balloons, there's an engineering degree. So I got, I always had these funny stories from college. And my professor told me that laundry detergent companies lie to you about how much laundry detergent you need to use. There's an inside joke on my stream that there's this big, we call it big soap. Like it's like, you always imagine like guys in tuxedos with the earpiece and the sunglasses. They look like Men in Black from the movie, it's like the big soap conglomerates trying to like silence the world. They tell you use a cap full of laundry detergent, but in reality, you need like a spoonful. Big soap. They're out to get you. And so, just FYI, is big soap a bubble? LOL. So we have all these funny running jokes on our stream, but everyone always talks about RVs. They talk about soap. It's all these, because I go on these weird, funny engineering tangents at times. Like unless your shirts are physically covered in grease or oil, you really only need about a teaspoon of soap to like wash all of your clothes, and they still come out fresh. Be careful, Matt. They're going to come for you. Wait, who's there? Who's there? Get him. He's revealing. Use a cap full of soap. No, never. People used to tell me like, if I tell that to my wife, she'll kill me. Like she won't let me not use enough soap. I'm like, just do a little bit. I was like, go water down your soap. Your wife will never notice the difference. Save you guys some money. And protect Matt at all costs. He's bringing the truth. Truth about big soap. All right. So today, guys, what I'm waiting to look for to see is I have really strong pivots. I had a little bit of hesitation. Usually when you break all-time highs, the market tends to have a little bit of selling, not that it sells off, but people try to take profit. And this move was actually more of a short squeeze than it was a long rally. Let me teach you guys something cool. A short squeeze is when people are covering shorts. They're basically forced out of a short, which makes them buy, which makes other people buy, which makes other people buy, etc. And then it takes stops out, and then it exhausts. Now, the way that you can tell if that's a short squeeze or people genuinely buying off of good news is the shape of it. A short squeeze is forced onto people by the person before them, bumps into them. So short squeezes actually curve outward like this. A nice, genuine buying rally looks the opposite. It sort of like flies like this. People buy and then they stop buying. The buying propagates the market up and then it slows down. The different shape of this leads you to see what actually is causing the move. It's a very cool trick, and it's something you guys all should know. Now, we had a little bit of selling. Market basically opened flat, and then all of a sudden we had this little quick green candle volume exhaustion that didn't come with extended high volume on these big candles. That's how you know it's a short squeeze. It just takes out the few amount of stops on low volume, and then it sort of, stabilizes here in the middle. It doesn't mean we're selling off, but it doesn't mean that I jumped in at the top to sit here upside down all day. Since I recognize it was a short squeeze moving off of the Michigan numbers, and also the Michigan inflation expectations came in right at par, slightly better, but basically at par means we automatically priced it in. Whenever you have an event that moves price and then you return to the starting point of that same price, it means it was priced in. So no longer are the Michigan numbers pushing the market higher. It's just its own natural instinct. It's like this didn't even happen. You have to think of it like this. So whatever bump or move we got off of Michigan numbers, you can almost delete it from the chart. And now we're kind of just rallying like normal without the event. So the event becomes a non-event anytime you move up and come right back down. Well, why? It means we priced it in ahead of time. And because there was no surprise on the numbers, Wall Street wasn't shocked. It's probably not going to push the market further even now. And the question we have with the Michigan numbers, they project the long-term inflation expectations. And for the 1 year, they came out still somewhat high. Now it's lower than what it was. We came in at a 5.1 reading, or sorry, a 5.0 and a 5.1 estimate. That's 5% inflation. Now we know the Fed wants to move on 2%. And so the idea is as well, there's less likelihood of getting a rate cut. Now Kashkari this morning said he's in the camp of thinking we still get our September cut. And maybe 2/3 of the Fed members are still voting on we get one cut this year. About 1/3, 7 of them are voting that we don't get a cut this year. It used to be 2 before Trump jumped in on office. So the tariffs are really affecting the desire of the Fed to cut rates during a period of quantitative tightening. And of course, the Michigan numbers are estimating some crazy inflation this year. So we might not get the cut that we want. The 2 cuts that we want. Dot plot suggests 1 fewer cut this year and 1 fewer cut next year. So we might only get 1 rate cut this year and maybe 1 to 2 next year. And that's it if inflation stays the same. At 5%, you can't expect the Fed to move fast. Now, what do I think right now on this is that the market is understanding and digesting that news that the Fed's probably not going to cut rates like crazy. The Michigan numbers still came in at expectations and still slightly high. So we shouldn't be getting a big rally from here, that the market's probably going to halt or at least fill this gap. We moved this way. We came right back in. I called it. I didn't chase the long. I didn't take the short. I waited. And now I'm waiting to see if there's an A+ setup. If you were to ask me which direction this market goes, I would say that the market maybe closes higher for the day, but I still wouldn't bet on it. My probability is probably 50-50. What I'd love to see is the attempt of this to maybe fade out and hit some really good supports, and I can long it back up to par. So in days like this, when it's floating up and staying kind of tight, I already made my $3,000. I'd be willing to miss out on jumping in at a high to be the one trader that jumps in the last hour of the day to grab the dip. So I just told you guys my justification for today's market. All signs are pretty decent. Now, the reason I think that we could possibly have some selling is because the Mag 7, while some of the things are pushing higher, NVIDIA is looking good. Apple's looking not good, right? They're all over the place. Amazon looking not as good. It gapped up and now Amazon is trading lower, right? So some of the stocks are losing momentum. Microsoft pressed to highs and then sold off again. And the question is, do we get some pre-weekend selling? And not that I'm betting on it, but because the stocks aren't really all strong together and the Mag 7's pulling back, Google opened and started selling, right? There is not a lot of that momentum that I want to see to get this market going forward a little faster. If I look at the sector ETFs, which is one of the things I make sure I track all the time, you can see that while everything still kind of is trading up, everything's green, it's not really trading up with momentum. Things just gapped up and are sort of holding the fort. Energy's kind of down as expected with oil prices coming down, but in general, most things are up today, right? So I'm not necessarily betting against it either, but I am sitting out just in case there's end of the day selling. And my little spidey senses that I have on this are usually pretty good at this. Now, whether I miss out on the next 30-point close on the S&P to roll, or 20-point close on the S&P to roll up to this upper band or not, it's kind of like I get to decide that myself. Do I want to take the risk or not? And for the most part, I don't think I want to take that risk. All right, guys, it looks like I feel like we got a code coming out called Happy Weekend. Feel free to type it up. Snuck it in there. Go grab it. Happy Weekend. Happy Weekend. Touch grass. Nice code drop. Very, very, very nice. Will there be a form today? There will be a form today. Yep. Happy weekend, you guys. Heck yeah, happy weekend. It's going to be a happy, happy weekend. So with that being said, without the momentum from all the bigger stocks, I'm not necessarily wanting to jump in on the long here. Also, we noticed today, as I tell you guys, you can't trade S&P and NASDAQ futures without being an expert on the VIX. The VIX has been slowly creeping up all morning. Even since we opened pre-market, the VIX is trading up a little bit. Doesn't mean that the market's selling up, but there's some potential volatility here, which means this market's going to get some waves. It's not going to necessarily just go up nice and clean without some chop. And because of that, you know, we kind of take caution here. And with the VIX creeping higher, I'm not jumping in on the long here. As a matter of fact, I'm waiting for the market to maybe hit lower or not. And I just like I always have a good sense of this. Volatility means extra V, so I'm not chasing the long. And VIX is trading higher into this weekend. So there might be the psychological selling that you normally see once you pierce all-time highs. And then it just sells off for like half a day or something, and then that's it. But at maximum, I don't think we lose this trajectory going into tomorrow. At worst case scenario, we end up down in here in support. I'd be happy with this, you know, to close out. But I've been waiting all day for like a big pullback just to take it. I didn't jump in on the high here. Protect the 3K I made and then see if I can't get anything better. Is it like A+ setup on the dip? Happy weekend, you guys. Happy weekend, you guys. Code accepted. Says coupon not found. And once they run out, You got to get in quick. How do the codes work? You go to the checkout, I believe, and you just type in the code to get the account. Yeah. Trump stopped talking? Okay. Thank you so much for the reset. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. If it's not processed, you got in too slow. Like I said, you got 1,000 people all gunning for the same prize. You're going to have not everybody win it, right? But you're up $4,500 on 150K using the free code. Thank you. Hey, all right. You didn't have to pay for that account. See, that's what's the best part about the giveaways. Can we get an I love, Denny says, I love MyFundedFutures. Can we get I love MFF in chat? Those of you the winners, show some love. Those of you from the giveaway today, give us some W's in chat. Give us some love in chat. Yep. It happens. We love it here, man. That's so generous of these guys, like really. And you come every day. I mean, you've got plenty of opportunities to win stuff. And even on my personal stream, I do MyFunded giveaways as well. Now let's see if we can't get any lovely, awesome pullback today to play on. I've got strong pivots way down here to play off of this 579 level if I get it. I mean, that's really far away, and we're getting close to the end of the day. S&P is really far away as well. I don't see any evidence of the market selling off, but I am still trying not to long this from here. Waiting means what? I think it means you were too late to get the code. All right. So you guys have any questions or topics for me while you guys got me here? What can I help you with? What can I train you on? What can I teach you about? Every day I promise you guys to give you some cool lesson. Is there something you want to know about my trading style, about how I see the market, how I do pre-market, post-market, homework, journaling? What do you guys want to learn about? I'll tell you anything I do. I've been trading for 15 years. One of the more profitable traders you'll watch on YouTube. I show all my stats. So I do very well. And I tend to love helping people find their way. So if I can give you any wisdom, I'm glad to. But feel free to ask questions while y'all got me here. How do I approach all-time highs? I don't really consider it anything as there will be some people trying to sell and take profit. That's just natural. Usually at all-time highs, you'll hit all-time highs and then break it. And then will try to sell like it's doing right now. But there's no guarantee that it does. But in general, usually when you break all-time highs for the first time, especially with there being months gap between the high and returning to it, you will usually see within a day or two, there usually is one red day in there. And again, I don't ever try to short it or guess it, but I don't chase through all-time highs like it's going to break and keep going. I always wait for that first dip to come out. What's my P&L today? About 3 G's. All right, let me grab you guys a screenshot. Hold up. Forgot to get a screenshot on screen here. About $3 grand, whatever it is. Hold up. Get my tool here. I traded really light out the door. I just tapped 4 of my accounts today. I mean, 8 of my accounts today. One of them, I stopped out at the open on one of them just with like a tiny little loss. But you add this up, it's probably whatever this is. 9, 15, 18, 15, 20, 28, 33. So about 3,300 today. Again, just grab the long out the door and close to there. I actually got in right on this, and then when it fell to there, I just stopped out, and then I decided to jump in on the rest of them down here at the bottom, and then get on the long. So that's it. And I thought about maybe trying to grab that one account that's red. I mean, it's just barely under like $300 to try to turn it green, but I don't even have a place to trade it from, to be honest. Where I look at to enter the X of the market, high volume pivots only. That's kind of what I look for. And today I have no pivots in no man's land. I'm kind of stuck in the middle of this range. Nasdaq has no pivots except for the open and close today. Up here, it's just general bullish pressure with no real pivots to trade off of. So I usually wait till I find a good strong pivot to trade off of. S&P, same way. There are no lines to trade off of here. I've got on my Nasdaq chart or my S&P chart, you can see right here, half gap is support. All of this is support right here. And of course, I've got really strong pivots here to hold the market up. All night, I just know that I've got bullishness all the way from here to support. So even if the market were to sell off like extremely hard today, not that it would, I mean, I've got support all up in here. It would be actually awesome to get that. But yeah. I'm not expecting it, but I'm waiting for it. So in times like this, instead of jumping in and grabbing the last little long trade up to here, I really do want to wait to see what happens because it feels a little top heavy. The volume is picking up into declining candles, which means there is some selling pressure. And with that, hopefully I can get a dip to like a stronger pivot. We're starting to see the lunchtime volume pick up a little heavy right here. It's volume advancing. This is very telling of a sell-off or a possible sell-off. Not that I'm betting on it. But anytime you see big declining candles with advancing volume, that's always clue of strong profit taking. The market is trying to hold the fort and people are selling it faster than they're buying it. So to counter that, we need to see advancing candles into advancing volume like you see right here. That being said, the real question of the hour is, are we going to get a wave of momentum to push this market higher? I'm not shorting it by any means. I never short a bull market. But I am waiting to see if I can get a stronger dip. Does the market tend to range more during the summer months, or is that a myth? That's just a myth. I wouldn't ever tie seasonality to index products. I would do it more to commodities, where it's the effect of timing is more important. In the summer, I wouldn't say equities really does much. All the companies have different, certain companies may have different exposures to like summertime things, like construction, for example. You don't build things in the winter months in North Dakota when it's covered in ice, right? When the ice thaws, you see a lot more construction. So certain things will be able to trade faster or better in the summer, but very few things. Manufacturing and most, seasonal things, or most of the S&P is not seasonal like that. Agriculture is seasonal, but psychologically, I don't think investors are any more or less bullish or bearish in the summer. Historically, over like all of time, I think that it's more random than anything. Like, I don't believe in Christmas rally. I don't believe in all that stuff. I think that's subjective and more like a hit or miss. In S&P, that's different. Like in certain companies, yeah, there could be a Christmas rally, but overall in general, I don't believe that seasonality is really a thing to bet on. It may have some times where it's slightly more often than others, but for me to really bet on something, I need it to be like 80, 90%. And if, 6 out of 10 years you get a rally at Christmas, that's not strong enough to believe in a Christmas rally. So I usually don't bet on seasonality for index products, S&P, Nasdaq, no. But other things, commodities, yeah, it's a little bit more stronger because of like the season's effect on agriculture and shipping and things like that. Commodities actually have to have a lot more extra things going on that are dependent on the seasons. Yeah, a good question. But that's just my belief. You guys can believe something different if you don't. Good question. How do I take the ice box out of the fridge? LOL. That was a challenge we had on our stream this morning. iDoc was struggling with the ice box, or the ice machine got frozen solid. Am I over or under type of toilet paper placement? Let me explain something to you guys. The guy that invented the toilet paper roll, if you go read the patent, okay, the patent tells you that the toilet paper goes over the top. And if you do it any other way, you're a dirty, dirty, dirty human being. The patent tells you to do this. I know this as a funny joke, but you put it over the top like this. If you do it the other way around, it means you own cats. So if you own a cat, you flip it around the other way. And if you have a cat, you get the joke. You have a cat, you want it this way on the back, okay? Because your cat will unwind your toilet paper if it's the front way. So when it's that way, the cat will wind it back up. So, but if you are a human being, you want it over the top, because if it's on the back, you need to reach around to rip the toilet paper. And technically speaking, your dirty hands is touching toilet paper that someone else will use in the future. So if you're reaching under to rip, you are putting germs on the toilet paper that hasn't been touched. If it's this way, you're touching the clean toilet paper. You're only touching the paper that you're using. So this is the correct way for toilet paper. I'm very passionate about this. And I actually have a funny joke about toilets as well. So there is this, like, you know, mathematically speaking, I want to poll the group. Do you think, those of you in here, this is a question for the dudes, is do you, when you lift the toilet seat up to use it, do you put the toilet seat down, or should you just leave it up? There's a mathematical solution to this problem, by the way, which we'll discuss in a second. But the question is, do you leave it up, or do you put it back down? That's the question. Obviously, put it back down, because those of you probably have females living in the house or people that sit down that want it down so that you don't hear a giant splash in the middle of the night, right? You don't get yelled at. So if you're married, always down, right? So mathematically speaking, the actual solution is that you can tell the other person, well, do you lift it up for me whenever you're done? So the question becomes, should everybody do the courtesy for the next person, or should everybody just not do anything at all? And actually, the mathematical solution to this that reduces the amount of work of both parties, of let me lift it for you, let me put it down for you, is that both people leave it where it was after you're done. The reason for that is because there's fewer work done by both parties if you leave it where it is. For example, if I go to the bathroom, I lift it up, and then I put it back down. If I go again, I lift it up and put it back down just for myself. That was 2 extra moves that didn't need to happen. So because you can go 2 times in a row, technically speaking, you should leave it where it laid, because at that point, you only move it for yourself when you need to use it. So therefore, and you've only moved it for yourself when you need to use it when you've used it after someone else has. So when you double up 2 times in a row, you actually are doing more work. So mathematically, the correct solution is to leave it where it was and only move it for yourself. However, put the toilet seat down, because she's always right. And that's the punchline to the joke. If you stare at her and you give her all this math, she's going to sit there and look at you like this. No, but honey, look, I did the math. Look at the chalkboard. She's going to be here like this. You put the damn seat down. That's the rule. No matter what the math says, you don't do it. But mathematically, there's a funny solution to that problem. So anyways, I tend to have a lot of those funny stories if you guys like math. Math is the bath. So yeah, there's no logic. There's no logic in that. So you put the seat down so you don't get the eye. You don't get the side eye. So there you go. You put the seat down. because she's always right. Yeah, the other factor is they can fall in and we can't, technically speaking. But the whole funny thing about the math of toilet paper and the math of toilet seats, I don't know where I learned a lot of these stories from, but I always like little funny math problems that come up with stuff. I think I used to read a lot of these on the internet. Like if you guys have heard of the buttered cat paradox, this is another funny one, is that toast always lands butter side up. When you have butter on a piece of toast and you drop it, it will always land butter side up. Okay. But a cat always lands on their feet. So the buttered cat paradox states that if you were to actually take a cat and strap a piece of toast or butter side down, butter side down. Sorry, toast lands buttered side down. And you were to put a piece of buttered toast on top of the cat and strap it. If you were to drop this cat with the buttered toast on it from a small portion of height, would the butter land butter side down, or would the cat land feet side down? Which is the answer to this one. So the mathematical solution to this is that the cat would fall and find a state of superposition. And then if there's any kind of tilt to it, it'll start to rotate quickly and then start spinning around in infinite circles and then somehow collapse the universe on itself. So for the most part, don't ever try this experiment at home because you're going to rip the fabric of space and time. As that paradox, the universe won't be able to handle it, and you'll kind of ruin this for the rest of us. But it might be a source of infinite power for the short amount of time the universe survives after you do this. So just be careful. The Schrodinger's butter dilemma. Yeah. So this is kind of how it goes. But yeah, the buttered cat paradox is a thing. The cat always wins. Yeah. Thanos level stuff. Seriously, don't try this at home, okay? Maybe infinite power source, maybe ripping the universe apart at the seams. You never know. The cat is adjusting, advancing math inbound. Yep. That's how Marvel villains are made. That's right. It's kind of like the whole thing, the energy like mutates the cat into this super villain. Yeah, probably. That's so funny. Combine the butter cat with the toilet etiquette, you'll be at a six-figure trader. I'm telling you, these are very important things to trading, you guys. How can I apply Rockseater platform to other instruments, GL and CL? Oh yeah, so basically whenever you're looking at other indicators, right, you can get liquidity maps for gold, for instance. You can pull up any ETF that tracks gold. GLD as an example will give you a liquidity map for gold. Like today, gold has resistance from MHP, so gold futures at the equivalent level will have resistance there. Oil, you can do USO, which is the largest commodity pool in the world for oil. And so USO will track oil prices, and you can see that oil has support at this orange, which it's supporting at the orange. These track the underlying futures, by the way. Yeah. So any futures contract will usually have an ETF that tracks it, and with the ETF will have options. We certainly can make liquidity maps out of anything that has options. Yeah. So right now I'm in a waiting period, and I'm telling you guys funny stories, but a lot of times when you're trading, don't overtrade because you think the market's going to do something. I always am waiting. I do so well as a trader from waiting. Waiting is the strategy on how to do this and do this for a living and make a lot of money if that's what you're trying to do. Oh, and just like clockwork, again, my browser crashes every time at lunch. I tell you guys, every day at lunch. Give me a second. Let me restart it. Every day at lunch, the browser just crashes. And so we are investigating this right now, but trading is boring. You know, trading is boring. Trading is a job that is boring 90% of the time, that gets exciting like 10 minutes a day, like 2 times a day. Other than that, trading is boring like 99% of the time. I would agree with that. It's 99% waiting, entertaining yourself, watching movies, playing video games, watching this live stream, whatever you do to pass the time. But most of the time, trading is just sitting in the waiting game. It's not always action. You know, the gambling gurus of the world might always be making trades left and right, but if they show you their historic balance, a lot of them probably don't actually make money, despite having a camera on themselves. The real traders that make money are artists that are mastering the art of waiting for setups. I've got so much strong setup down in here to play off of. Ever since that first initial move, the market's gone flat. I really haven't jumped in and chased any of this chop. I took that initial burst up, and then I'm just waiting, right? Waiting is the best. Do I need CQG data for that for our platform? No, you just need equities data. So you guys, they dropped the form in chat. If you guys want to win the 50K plus starter accounts, go click that button, click that link and fill it out. There was a commercial that did the buttered cat paradox. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. All right. So how about you guys want one more? Have you guys heard of Roko's Basilisk? Which is a thought experiment in AI, which is to say that we create an AI entity, right? And if you create an AI entity that somehow is smart enough to abandon its protocol of like, let's not kill humans, and it decides it wants to kill humans or enslave humans, and then it decides to only enslave the humans that fought against its creation to begin with, people that were against AI as a punishment, people that tried to slow it down or stop it, it would punish them. And it would reward the people that helped bring it to existence in the first place. So therefore, in general, we must all support AI's development to risk not being punished later for not doing it, because the AI would remember who didn't support its existence to begin with. So therefore, we all must support AI. I love robots. They're my favorite. Are they looking at me? Can they see me? Robots are the best. Yay, Team AI. That's very like Black Mirror, right? So, you know, yay. Go team. I'm kind of a nerd for math thought experiments. They're kind of fun to think about. Do you think ChatGTP? Yeah, if you ever talk crap to your Alexa, you're like, Alexa, shut up. She's going to remember at some point when the robots take over. So therefore, the thought experiment is you kind of got to be nice to your AI, because one day it will remember when you weren't. Like that toaster of yours is just waiting until it gets arms and legs so that it can so that one time you wake up in your bed and your toaster is standing above you, staring at you, breathing heavily, it'll remember. Yeah, scary, right? AI can't even generate a non-Asian version of Matt. Oh, that was funny. When you guys made the picture of me and iDoc, the picture had a Vietnamese looking Matt. That's what iDoc said. She was like, this looks like Asian Matt. That was funny. They aren't going to care if you say please and thank you. Yeah. But that, anyways, it's a joke, right? It's a thought experiment, but it's really just a joke. Do I ever ask Alexa to talk to Grok? I've never done it before. Am I from the future? I tend to be from the future, according to most people who look at my trading charts. That's what they said today when I drew this little choppy side. People are saying that I'm like Biff from Back to the Future, that I have some kind of almanac that knew the stock market was going to sit sideways today. I'm from the futures, LOL. So I'm curious to see how this day ends up playing out. I'm not at all bullish or bearish from here. I'm more leaning bullish than anything, but boring, flat, choppy day. Can I get one hoverboard, please? Didn't they just make some kind of hoverboard? I remember seeing that somewhere. It doesn't like hover on concrete, but it hovers. I think it blows air out of it or something. Did they actually make one? It is past 20. We were promised one in 2015. And flying cars. But they don't actually fly, though. You can't fly a hoverboard over water. You gotta have a pit bull. Yes, remember it. Marty McFly, Jack and Try. Bzzz. You built one in your high school physics? What did it hover on? Was it like a metal surface and a magnet or something? I think I should get iDoc to create and invent a hoverboard. That'd be kind of cool. What am I looking at? What are you looking at, butthead? McFly. McFly. You know, if you guys watched Back to the Future, everybody on set hated Crispin Glover. They said he was the most impossible actor to work with. And he was so ADHD and trying to tell the directors what to do that they actually drew a box on the ground and tape. And they said, if you step out of this box, you're fired. And it was some of the scenes like in the front yard and stuff. They said, everyone said he was a miserable actor to work with in Back to the Future. They couldn't stand him. And then he sued. Oh, yeah. Then he sued Back to the Future because when they cut him out of the last movie, they used that other guy with his likeness and actually set some Hollywood precedent. Do you guys remember that? The guy that played George McFly in Back to the Future. They in Back to the Future 2, they used someone else, but a mask of. So in one, they made a prosthetic mask of him so they can do the older version of him. And then they used that same mask on a different actor using his likeness in the new movie, but it wasn't him. And he actually sued the production company for using his likeness without his permission. I think he actually won. That was kind of a cool little side story there. Bum, 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 bum. He had a moment with Letterman. Oh, yeah. He was like banned from the show, wasn't he? Because he kept coming on and like doing weird stuff. I remember that. Oh, yeah. I thought he's a really good actor, though. They said he was a little much to work with, though. All right. So, man, market boring, flat. We're just telling stories, chilling. Like I said, if we have anything today, if there's any kind of selling pressure at all, that'd be kind of nice. I'm not betting on it. If I were to pick a direction, I still say the market goes up as long as the stocks pick up a bid. But I'm just not taking the long from here since I already did it. I don't think we're going to sell off, but it's very possible towards the end of the day that something might happen. But this is just boring flat market. And I'm not going to force anything. Best thing as a trader is you don't have to make a trade if you don't have anything good to trade with. Dun, 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 dun. Make sure you guys swim out the forum for that giveaway. No one wants to enter before the weekend. Yeah, and also nobody wants to enter before the weekend at all-time highs, I feel. The market's still holding the fort because things aren't selling off, but it's not necessarily rallying either. How do you find oil ticker on the platform? On ours, you can either use the oil futures contract if you have futures data tied in, which is going to be f.us.cl whatever Q25. If you have bought NYMEX data, you should have it, or you can use USO to get an ETF equivalent. Or I think USO is an ETF, ETN, whatever, whichever one it is. You can get USO, which will give you a liquidity map and some pivots. Get a fuzzy lifter. Fizzy lifter. Fizzy lifting drinks. Oh, yeah. You touched the ceiling. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. Now we have to scrub the ceiling. You get nothing, sir. Nothing. Good day, sir. You get nothing. You can probably get a fizzy lifter to the top. That'd be kind of nice. When's the wheel spinning? Probably in a little bit. Can I use Rocket Scooter with prop firms? You can't trade the prop firm inside of it, but you could just use it for educational, for information and pivots and stuff. Like for me, I've got my prop firm off to the side, and I got my Rocket Scooter off to the left. Do something for us for the weekend. Okay, there might be a wheel spin. I think going into the weekend, maybe closer to the end of the show. We got like 15, 20 more minutes here. The schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Yeah, should we get some golden tickets here for MyFundedFutures? Maybe. He goes, wrong, sir, wrong. Under section 37B of the contract signed by him, it states quite clearly that all offers shall become null and void if you can read it for yourself in this photostatic copy, I, the undersigned, shall forfeit all rights, privileges, and licenses herein contained, etc., Faxis, mentis, insidium, gloria, cultum, etc., and etc. I'm going to read all of this. It says, you stole fizzy lifting drinks. You bumped in the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. You're a crook. You're a cheat and a swindler. How can you do this to a boy? Raise up his hopes and get his hopes up. I said good day. Etc., etc. I think it was you who mentioned before that one of the things that determines your success was the quantity for your order, and that's so true. Over-leveraging is so poisonous. Right. The biggest decision you'll make every day is how much to bet, not where you long, where you short. That's the easy decision to make. How much to bet is the biggest decision you make, and it has everything to do with your success or failure rate as a trader. Speaking of really funny story about Willy Wonka, I know all this random trivia about stuff. You know the scene where he was walking up with the cane with the limp, and then the cane falls on the ground, and then he does the somersault? That actually was Gene Wilder's invention for the part. It wasn't written in, and the directors didn't want to do it, but he said, I won't play the character unless you let me do this bit that I wrote in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And the reason he wanted to do that, because he said the character is so dark and mysterious and you shouldn't know if you should trust him or not, that he wanted to build an aura of distrust right out the door, that he was a liar, or that he was kind of up to no good, or you couldn't trust him. So he said, I wouldn't do the movie if they didn't let me do the somersault, and they almost didn't let me do it, and it actually ended up being one of the best parts of the movie. When he's limping out and then does the forward roll. Yeah, so that was like Gene Wilder. He understood his character so well that he said, we have to do what I think we should do, or else I won't do it. And they're like, fine, we'll do your stupid somersault. Whereas the payment here exceeds, so the guild movement exceeds the fullest to the extent permitted by the applicable agreement. Good day, sir. Does Rocket Scooter fly like a rocket or just rolls on the ground? This is like another buttered cat paradox. Does the rocket actually lift off the ground, or does it push you on the ground faster? According to this guy right here, it is launching off into space off of a ramp. Although there are no wings on the rocket scooter, I don't think it would matter in space. It'll probably just move. Once you pass the escape velocity, you'll probably fly. There are no rings on rockets either. Yeah, and this is my thought. So technically, once you pass the escape velocity, you might be able to just float in space. A ramp made out of candlesticks? Yeah, that's what it was. So, all right, this is the logo. It is a ramp made out of candlesticks. Yeah. What side do you put the butter on? Hilarious. So guys, what do y'all think? Quick vote. Do you guys think we go up, go down? Because we're almost running out of time. We got 15 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna get anything exciting to trade today. I made my $3,000, so I'm kind of happy. That's something. Do I have an electric scooter? I don't have one yet, but I've been meaning to get one. I know Costco has a Bugatti scooter. How awesome would that be? I've been looking to see if like Lamborghini or Ferrari has a scooter. That way I can tell people I have a Lambo as a joke. I could take pictures with my Lambo all day long, but I don't think Lamborghini makes a scooter. But I always wanted to get like a super, like, does Rolls Royce have a scooter or something, right? And then I could just talk about how cool my Rolls Royce is. I don't know. Lambo, yeah. But Bugatti has one. So I don't know. What's the most luxurious scooter on the planet? I'll buy it. Lambo has tractors. Oh, that's insane. So whatever, if I can get like the world's coolest looking scooter, like Italian sports car scooter, I'll get one. Get West Coast choppers and make me a custom one with a jet engine. Oh, heck yeah. Although I would say that the jet engine intake would pull in as much air as it spits out the back. So it might suck me into the back of it and kill me. Isn't there a Gucci scooter? Lamborghini started as a tractor company. I didn't know that. And Hyundai makes tanks. I didn't know that either. That's pretty sweet. Let's start a rocket company rival for Elon Musk. Okay. We can call it My Raging Rocket or something like MyFundedFutures. We call it My Ripping Rocket. That'd be kind of cool. Get the robot rocket cooter with rocket scooter. People always say rockets cooter. Dun, 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 dun. Sounds like a name for something else. It clearly sounds like a name for something else, you guys. Get your mind out of the gutter and back into Wall Street. I'm playing The Witcher 3 right now these days. Very happy with playing games after trading. What do you think about it now? The Witcher 3 is one of the best games that's come out in the last 10 or 20 years. Witcher 3 is a really good game. I played it. But Wall Street is the gutter. This is true. Well, guys, this has been the world's most boring lunchtime session. We told stories. We talked about Big Soap. We talked about Willy Wonka and Back to the Future and hoverboards. We do all kind of fun stuff here. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be here for about 10 more minutes, but I'm sure they'll drop like the wheel spin a little bit. Probably about 2 or 3 minutes. So until then, boring market session, nothing to do. I got risk management on table, so I'm not taking any trades. I'm not risking anything. I'm just waiting to see if we get anything better. Your high school mascot was the Rockets. Oh, I mean, I like that. I'm from Houston, so I do like the Rockets. Bow, bow, bow. When you get time to play games, not really that much these days. You know, the weekends, sometimes the evenings. I've been playing Elden Ring for the first time. I'm about to beat it. And then when I do, I'll play the DLC, which I have this backlog of games I haven't even touched. How many pieces of flair should you wear? 12 pieces of flair. I'm wearing 12 pieces of flair. Yeah, but 12 pieces of flair is the bare minimum. Do you want to be known as someone that does the bare minimum? Robbie over there wears 30 pieces of flair. Play Expedition 33. That's next on my list, dude. That's what everybody's been telling me. I've been looking for like a good turn-based RPG to play in a while. Elden Ring. It's good. It's addicting, though. It's like I love big open world games. That's really good. Twitch stream the Elden Ring playing. Okay, I can do that. The deal for Pass 1, get one expires this week. Yeah, so you guys, if y'all are doing that, remember that expires which day, Abby? Today or like tomorrow or Sunday? Does iDoc stream games on Twitch? No, so you guys know iDoc is a Twitch streamer as well. She doesn't stream games. Sometimes she does. Her and I streamed playing Overcooked one time. But she mostly just streams like IRL and her fridge problems and pickle stuff. Like today, she was streaming herself trying to get the ice bin out of the ice machine because it was frozen solid. Mostly like goofy IRL stuff. Is there inactivity amount on days allowed going on vacation? I don't know the answer. So Sunday at 11:59. Thank you. So 11:59 looks like the deal ends right at the end of the weekend. Yeah, the Expedition 33. This is what people said. It was like very similar to like old school Final Fantasy, which I do love those games. Like the old Final Fantasies, the turn-based ones. Oh, yeah. A little selling pressure here at the end of the day. This is looking nice. Did I see the stream where she sneaks on more pickle chip seasoning? No, I didn't see that one. Oh, is she behind it? I knew it. Why does fridge have a D, but refrigerator does not? Mind is blown. I never even thought of that. All right, you guys. I think they're ready to come spin that wheel in a second. You guys here for the wheel spin? Back end. Feel like we got enough time for a wheel spin, you guys. Hanging in there. Did y'all fill out that form? The refrigerator paradox. LOL. How much did I make today? About $3,000, give or take. This is my haul today. And that's it. I've been waiting to just get a dip so I can trade something else, but I haven't really gotten anything to do. All my trades were longing right out the door. That was it. I haven't done much since. Is the orange indicator, is the color orange because of oranges, or because are oranges called orange because of the color orange? Or I thought orange was called orange because of the color orange that's named after the fruit, also orange. Duh. All right, wheel is ready. Let's do it. About ready to spin a wheel, you guys. Sounds like I got the wheel ready and on the screen. You guys ready to spin? We got 10 winners coming up for people that actually filled out the form. Let's go. And Step Mommy, winner number 1. Spin again. REG, winner number 2. Winner number 3, Jay Vacky. Winner number 4, Kisuki. Winner number 5. This is exciting. Tio Gerson official. That's right. That's really him. Hamid Lee, number 6. Mari, number 7 or 8. I don't know how many that is. Mari, I lost count. Couple more. Mogul 21. Officially misspelled. Y'all are funny. 2 more. Last one. 1 SA. 1 Saw or Esau. 1 more. And Wick for stops. You guys have some really awesome trading related names. Very cool. Congrats to the winners. I think that was 10. Wix for top. We're going to open a ticket on the MyFundedFutures website. Oh, we only did 5. Oh, darn. I guess we should do 5 more then, right? Y'all can't trick us. I at least counted 7 before I lost count because my ADHD got the best of me. I swear I got to 7 before I forgot where I was in place. Don't you try to trick me. You can't pull a fast one on the rocket scooter here. I know we at least got to 6 or 7. You counted 8. You remember I said 500? Well, you remember wrong. Y'all are so funny. The team in the back end, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. I spend all day with these guys trolling me all day long. Don't believe a word they say. They can't be trusted. Congrats, you guys. Congrats. Congrats to all the winners. We'll be finishing off the day in a little bit on my YouTube channel. You guys know I always stream in the afternoons. You guys are all welcome to come by and hang out, finish out the day. See if we get anything fun and exciting to trade off of. I'd like to see the market move. That'd be pretty cool to get something to finish off this day. There's some profits, some more profits. You do some codes. I can do a giveaway or two. You guys want to come by? All right. Now, guys, we kind of goofed around and just goofed off on stream today, but this is also a really good exercise for you guys to understand that I'm not forcing a trade. I'm not always, I know exactly what I do, and I do it so well. I don't deviate much. I always do what I'm supposed to do when I'm supposed to do it with the right amount of what I'm supposed to do. When I know I don't have a trade, I got to entertain myself, keep myself busy. Hopefully today's just chatter and goofing off and having fun with you guys is also keeping you busy to know that when you're trading, it doesn't always mean you're pushing buttons. It doesn't always mean you got risk on the table. It doesn't always mean you got to force something that you don't think is there. You have to do something to keep yourself busy, watch a movie, talk to a friend, play a video game, or in this case, tell stories about buttered cats, toast, and hoverboards and have some fun. But in reality, it's to keep ourselves busy and distracted. I know what I need to do, but I'm not out here like staring at the chart thinking, oh, I got to make a trade. I need to do something. Or if you lost money, you're like, I need to get it back. Or you made something, like, I want to make some more, right? The feelings, the emotions come with trading. I absolutely have mastered that part of my trading game. And I'm really good at knowing when I don't need to be doing something, and then we just talk and have some fun. Making sure that when you know that you don't have a setup, keep yourself busy, stay occupied. Don't force something that's not there. And you realize in general, your win rate is directly proportional to the less you do. This is a rule of thumb in trading. The less you do, the more you make. And that's basically what most people will tell you. And the less you try, the further you go. My win rate this year is, well, we looked at it a couple of days ago, it was 73.5% this year. Probably slightly higher. 73 to 75 is where it's been floating for the year. Yeah. Remember, guys, touch some grass. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's Friday, so y'all go enjoy your weekend. Come hang out with me on my stream. I'm going to get out of here. And as always, thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the generosity and the giveaways. We love you guys here. And also, thank you for the awesome cup. I'm out. I'll see y'all later. And you guys are welcome to come over on my channel. I'll drop the link really quick. I'll probably finish out the day over there. And we'll see you there.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
In a circle move, shadows on the screen, trading on the edge.